I believe that's going to be a Rowdy radial ride. He goes, yes, 569 at 130. Coming at you now is Unlimited. Also do need to note that SRCA merch is available at the bottom of the tower. So if you are interested in grabbing yourself some awesome merch to support this absolutely amazing racetrack, that is at the bottom of the tower, please. Here comes the guy that may be able to win this event. It's Jason Hurley in the Meltdown Firebird. This is a 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour streetcar. Attention in the pits, motorcycles. Motorcycles, come on down to lane number 1. Motorcycles, come on down to lane number 1, and let's get 9-0. 9-0, come on down 2 and 3. Again, I should have Hot Rod in 4 and 5. Motorcycles in 1, 9-0. Come on down 2 and 3. The left lane, the supercharged Suburban. But again, that's like being the second prettiest girl at the dance, because in the right lane is Mr. Jason Hurley. Multiple-time winner at this event. He was backed in the press by Bowtie Engine Shop, and actually he decided, well, I'm just going to go ahead and buy that. So he actually now owns Meltdown Racing Engines. The Meltdown moniker from his other Firebird that while on the dyno burst into flames. Taylor comes up and says, yes, that's right. Totally right. But again, the Meltdown Firebird. This is the guy that has likely got his target on his back, because this is the dude that is likely to win this event if he can keep the thing alive. Let's see if he can do it right now and put it first time get down in the 6s and 200 plus miles an hour. Not this time, 741, 193. Here comes one of our Junior Street entries. Junior Street is a NHRA class that they came up with where 13 to 16-year-olds, 13 to 16-year-olds are driving full-size cars. So they run 8th mile. They can run no quicker than 9 flat in the 8th mile. And here at Rocky Mountain Race Week, they're running for consistency. So whatever time slip they turn in tonight is the time slip they're looking for all week long. So the teenager behind the controls will zip down to a 9:33 at 87. So a very, very cool way for the youth to get involved in drag racing out here without the full expense of needing to buy like a junior dragster and everything else involved. The idea really is for your kids to be able to drive your tow rig while you race your race car. They do ride with their parent or guardian in the passenger seat. And they do have to earn a license to do this. So you have to prove that you know how to drive that car. You have mastery of it, as they call it. And then the parents will do all the street driving. 1280 in the 8th mile at 50 miles an hour for that teenager. And now we'll go into a couple more of our license passes. We're going back to quarter mile. Looks like we got 3 takers here. 1 with 4 wheels, 2 with 2. The 1970 Mustang Fastback. Oh, he's got a stick shift in that now. Okay. Giddy up. Stick shift, turbo, 70 Mustang. Rocky Mountain Race Week, one of the only, maybe even still the only drag and drive that allows motorcycles. And they race in their own class. And in fact, there are 2 classes. One for the most consistent and one for the quickest. Both of these rides, I believe, earning their licenses here. So you may or may not see them make full passes. 11:10 in the left lane, 11:62 in the right lane. Coming at you now, the hot rod category. This is open to 1967 or older. Again, this class opened to 1967 and older rides. Just making sure that computer is all set up and ready to go here. What you may have seen is a handful of those first rides got what we call a full sportsman tree, where it's yellow, 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 green. We are, in really the interest of time and not burning stuff down here, we're going to try to make those go as quick as possible, and we do the 4/10 per row tree with these rides. You'll see all the yellows and a green just like that. John Saraceno there in his C10 goes 984. Right lane was Tyler Jensen. Attention in the pits, 9-0, 9-0. You should be coming down to 2 and 3, please, 9-0. This is your call to 2 and 3, please. Here's Galen Knowlton. I actually rode passenger in this ride at the Wild West Dragon Dash, a dragon drive in West Texas. The Pro Charged LS 68 Camaro. Goes 1073, 122. Here's Joe Rivera. Rivera, the 67 Chevelle, out of the War Performance Stables. Taking on the pick-em-up truck. Again, I should have 9-0, 9-0. Make your way down to 2 and 3, please. 9-0, come on down to 2 and 3, please. Right lane is Corey Birch with his 49 GMC. Rivera goes 1030 and a 1068 for the big old pickup truck. Daryl Stutzman is back with the F100 in the right lane. This thing is absolutely awesome and has been on many Rocky Mountain Race Weeks. All the turbo stuff in the bed of the pickup truck. He's taking on Dave Weeks with the Caprice. Stutzman gets there first, 10-16, 124. Weeks goes 8-10-25, 135. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Let's get 10-0. 10-0, this is your call to 4 and 5, please. 9-0, come on down to 2 and 3. 10-0, come on down to 4 and 5. The Norex Engineering C10 in the left lane. That's Yusuf Hayek. Yusuf next to Eddie Wilson. Wilson with that pickup truck in the right lane. Hayek goes 881, 1153 in the right lane. For Eddie Wilson. Here's James Zajac, the 56 Nomad wagon. There in the left lane, taking on the A-body Mopar, the Dart in the right lane. Wearing the Dart GT badges and the stripe on the back. It's got everything. Both those hot rods make their way down 1327 in the right lane. Zajac goes a 1306. Here's Timmy, 2 turbos. They're in the left lane. Tim Meyer. Next to Trevor Wilson in the right lane. That's a twin-turbo LS-powered Dodge Dakota. Wilson turns on the clocks first with a 9:13, 157, a 9:07 for Timmy 2 turbos. Here's Pat Cook and Roland Tabor pulling up on their motorcycles. Pat Cook in the right lane with the Hayabusa. They have the same rules. So all of these motorcycles actually need to ride the 1,000 miles plus, will be 1,200 plus. And then you see a lot of them have a trailer hitch on the back. They can tow a little trailer with them, but they have to have everything they need to live for a week and race that motorcycle on their person or on that trailer. These people are absolutely crazy, and they're idiots. And I'm here for it. 1080 for Pat Cook. And an 1165 for Roland Tabor. Here's Chris Baker, multi-time winner in the motorcycle category out here, the turbocharged extended swing arm Hayabusa. Way in the 8-second range, typically. Not this time. It left a little soft, and then he missed a shift or something. And he'll go 996, 135. Once again, 10-0, 10-0. I should have you in 4 and 5, please. 9-0, you should be in 2 and 3. 10-0, you should be in 4 and 5, please. Right lane goes 11:10 on the 2 wheels. Still working on getting all of these drivers' names put into our system here. So I have some, I don't have others. But if you've listened to or been on previous Rocky Mountain Race Weeks, I'm doing a hell of a lot better than before, so leave me alone. Typically the first day I'm just lost in the sauce. Jefferson Hasrell, the 2007 Honda. Stops the timer with 11:65 at 108. And that'll bring you into our 9-0 category. Attention in the pits, 11-0, 11-0. This is your call. Come on up 2 and 3, please. I should have 9-0 and 2 and 3. We're running you now. 10-0 and 4 and 5, you're next. And then 11-0, come on down 2 and 3. So again, this is an index class, so they're looking for as close to 9 flat in the quarter mile that they can get without going too quick. 899, well, you can't turn that in. But a 9000, you sure can. Braden Picorni here in the right lane. $936 and a $915. Again, looking for that 9 flat. That'll bring up Vince Rui. The shop car at IFM Fab. This thing used to be multiple layers of primer, and then he decided to paint it, and now he's worried about it. Because you know what they say, shiny paint causes stress. Again, looking for that 900 number. A guy that's been on every Rocky Mountain Race Week. And he's actually got my Power Glide in that car. He goes 928, 150. I believe that this is John Doherty. The Mini Tub 68 to 72 Nova. There's Jim Parkinson down there. The Tuned by JP dude. I saw his car, BG, down there in the pits. Another well in the 7-second car range kind of guy. And it'll go 932 at 139. So here we go in the 10-0 category. Same deal as the 11-0 category, just looking for 10.00 on the scoreboard. S550 chassis Mustang in the left lane. Taking on the G8 in the right lane. That's Curtis Myers there in the right lane. The turbocharged G8 out of Colorado. I mean, that is the biggest head on a Bulldog I've ever saw. Cute. Michelle Roby in the Mustang. Roby will get there first, looking for that 10 flat, 10.18 at 140 and a 10.27. Good lick for your first lap, going 10.18. Here's Bob Myers. That's Curtis Myers' dad in the left lane, the ZL1 Camaro. Taking on the S197 Mustang in the right lane. This one a 2014 or newer with that newer look on it. And these would have come with the Coyote under the hood. Both rides making their way down. Lots of smoke there in the left lane. 996, 129. And we're going to have to go get a look at that left lane where Myers was at. Kind of looked to me like where tire smoke might have been starting to come out. But we will give them a shot to go get a look at that racetrack real quick. Here's Mark Gabarty, the beautiful 1968 Camaro. The big difference between the 68 and 67 is the wing window. So you see he's got the window down there in the driver's door of that 1968 Camaro. If that were a 1967, that would have a wing window. But in the 1968 model, they went to the full window. There's a few other deals, but that's an easy way for a guy to tell. Taking on that Shelby GT500 in the right lane. Kevin Mays there in the right lane. Those things Predator powered, a 5.2 liter with a blower strapped on top. And they call it a Predator. We are going to have someone just run down real quick and just make sure that we are good to go before we run our next pair. And that'll give me a great time to give a shout out to our sponsors. Our title sponsor and my employer, Motion Raceworks. If you have any problems with any Motion Raceworks stuff or any of the umbrella of their stuff, come see me here in the tower and I'll do what I can to get you squared up. Our presenting sponsor, our friends over at Brian Tooley Racing. That's right. Mr. Paul Thornton down there looking for the flash sales. We're trying to sell all those valve covers today so they don't have to carry any more with them. With coil mounts, $250. Without, $200. And they come in tons of different colors, and they are absolutely awesome. So see if you can get those sold out today, and we'll sell out some more stuff tomorrow. They do have also the event shirt down there, and they always kind of lay it down here for us at Rocky Mountain Race Week, and they have for a number of years, and we appreciate having them on board. Of course, our friends over at Bangshift.com holding that live stream for us. That's right up here. That's me. Paul's got a bunch of his family out here with us this year, it looks like, so I get to meet a bunch of the Thorntons. They're out of Louisiana, but now live in the Bardstown, Kentucky area where Brian Tooley's at. And, man, they just can't – I don't think it's out yet, but that cannon valve head is about to get dropped where you could buy it. It's really, really close. It's on the website, and a few folks have them in their hands. And that is a deal that you can get a big LS3 valve in a little 5.3 bore. Apparently, they are tearing up the dynos over there at BTR. So, very, very cool. Anyway, our friends at Bangshift, Boostline Performance Solutions. If you need an engine, our friends at Boostline can get you squared up. They also sell CNC cylinder heads, all sorts of stuff. Our friends at Circle D Specialties. If you have a torque converter that you need for your ride, make sure you give Circle D your first shot to earn their business. Cornerstone Performance, Crower, who just got their first Haas CNC machines over there, and our friend Louis Flaquette just bought Crower. So good to have him in. I am hearing that there is a little bit of fluid on the racetrack, so we are going to be down a moment. Disorganized Grime, a race team based out of Denver, and actually a race team that I'm a member of. FM Fab, that was Vince Rui, who you just saw there on the 9-0 category. A long time. In fact, he's been a sponsor of every Rocky Mountain Race Week and also been a competitor of every Rocky Mountain Race Week. High Speed Media, these are the folks that are doing all of our social medias here for Rocky Mountain Race Week. Check them out at highspeed.media. And if you need help with your social media, with any of your online presence, High Speed Media is the place to go check out. They are absolutely awesome. They are continually hiring people because they are growing like crazy. So appreciate having them on board. Go check them out. And again, all of the website that we do, all of the Instagram, all of our Facebook, etc., is all run by those high-speed media guys, and they absolutely kill it. Juggernaut Mobile Welding and Fab is out there. They are setting up all of our folks with welding, and they've got the welding truck that they're bringing along, and that goes along with the portable car hoist. Leading Edge Technology Partners, that's our friends as well. The Lusk family. And we'll see Gavin out here and the Lusks doing their thing. Speaking of Juggernaut, there's the two Juggernaut kids down there. They're all the Juggernaut people down there. Michael and those guys. Appreciate having them on board again. Mahle Motorsport. The best in pistons from Mahle Motorsport. Make sure you give them a chance to earn some of your business. Here comes Chad with the Jackery. That's a portable battery for all you folks that got excited. Chad was excited. He even knew what it was. Oh, God. Mel Hambleton Ford, they're down there in the staging lanes as well, set up. They brought out all kinds of good stuff for all of our racers to keep them on the road, and appreciate having Mel Hambleton Ford back on board. Nebraska Land, Tire and Service. That's one of our stops And, man, if you show up to Nebraska land with an empty fuel tank and you fill it up, we will appreciate that. There's Ethan Desmond. Densman with his terrible, terrible beard. I mean, have you not been working on that? Because it looks bad, man. Jeez. Why are you kissing me? Why are you giving me kissy faces? There's no reason for it. The Densmans, the folks behind the Wild West Dragon Dash over there in West Texas. And they share a bunch of our same sponsors as well. Shoot, they just got Motion Raceworks on as well. So we'll see them rocking and rolling out there in West Texas, and I'm on the mic for that as well. Nobody Else's Auto giving us a hand with a bunch of the Road Week type stuff. Of course, that portable car hoist we were talking about earlier. Quick Performance rear ends, man. These guys are absolutely awesome. I've got a Quick Performance rear end in my car, and I'll tell you what, if it's not a Mark Williams part, it better be a Quick Performance part. Again, Mark Williams just bought by Motion Raceworks, so, you know, got to show them a little love too. Rocky Mountain Plumbing and Hydro Heat back on board. Appreciate having them. Summit Racing. And again, we have a 1-800 number for folks that can call Summit Racing, and they can next day air stuff to the next track. And appreciate having them on board for the best in mail order hot rodding. The Bang Shift Billy. This is a deal that I'm very, very familiar with, and a buddy of mine, Bill Armstrong, who created the Bang Shift Billy, he's our stick shift category sponsor here this year, and he's got not only the digital clutch controller that you'll see on his ride making passes, the 1967 Ford Fairlane in the stick shift class. He's also got a very, very cool line of wireless buttons that'll go on your steering wheel. And yes, no wires connected to them at all. It's got a receiver and a transmitter, and it actually runs on radio frequency. Very cool deal. So appreciate having Bill and the Bang Shift Billy on board. In fact, I did a couple of commercials with him where you can see me, in not a very flattering fashion a couple of times. Trinity Performance and Design, TPD, is the sticker on your car for those folks. These are the guys that make the adapter to put Hellcat superchargers on your LS. So you can go find yourself one of those big Hellcat superchargers, and you can put those on any LS, a cathedral port or a rectangle port. And thanks so much to Trinity Performance Design being back on board. Our friends Tuned by JP. We saw Jim Parkinson up there earlier. He's got his car called BG here on site. Appreciate having Jim and back on board. Our friends at War Performance. They do that awesome War throttle body as well as many, many different LS and LT type parts. Go check them out, WARR Performance. And then our friend Joey Greer from Four Eyed Performance. He's waving at the wrong part of the tower, but that's okay. The ladies up there also want to wave at you. I'm on the right side. You're right. Not your military right. But anyway, Joey Greer, a long, long time supporter, and has been. His fingerprints are on many a race week, Rocky Mountain Race Week, drag week car, because that dude does a ton of tuning throughout the year and throughout the week to help these cars keep on the road and turn in the quickest time slip that they can. But again, we will be likely looking for some parts, or maybe you need some welding done by that Juggernaut Performance Weld and Fab folks on the ride that we just had go down that left lane. There he is, Mr. Schoonover. A veteran. The kids are over there Rochambeauing for something. I don't know what for. Yeah, I don't know what's happening there. They're trying to figure out who's going to do the next weld job. But the thing is they want to do it. They're like, man, I really would like to be the next one to help out. They're going to be fist fighting each other before the week's over to tie up your stuff. But, man, Juggernaut Weld and Fab, those guys have their fingerprints all over Jason Hurley's ride. They can do all kinds of cool stuff for you. So if you need like an intercooler tank for your trunk, this is the dude. If you need a roll cage for your car, this is the dude. Shoot, he put a pipe rack on one of my work trucks for me. one time. Whatever you need. And he's out here with the weld truck. It's got a crane on it. He hopes not to use that to pull your engine, but he can if you need it. But he's over there next to the portable car hoist as well. And those guys have been a big, big part of Rocky Mountain Race Week folks that have come out here and beaten their stuff down to nothing, and they were able to rebuild stuff out of nothing and bring a bunch of these cars back to take wins. And, again, they have their fingerprints all over a ton of this stuff, and we appreciate them a lot. Michael, also a veteran. So big, big shout-out to all the veterans out there. Big, big shout-out as well to Jason Hurley. He's going to be doing the Patriot Award later. So all of our veterans that are out here participating, you might be nominated for that deal. And that's a super cool deal. I've gotten a plaque from them before and a couple of $100, but it's not really the money. It's just it's kind of cool for folks to come out and say, hey, we appreciate what you're doing, and here's a little extra something, something. And thanks to Jason Hurley for putting that on. Of course, we do have the Wicked Chicks. You're going to see those on cars coming out as well. And that's a deal put on by our own Chad Reynolds from Bang Shift and Cody. Man, and unfortunately, both of them lost their wives to the big old nasty C word. And it's kind of a cool way for us to highlight our women racers out here because, I mean, let's face it, you're in a man-dominated sport, and it's cool to show you a little bit of love out here for our ladies. And so you'll see a bunch of those stickers on those cars. You'll see Wicked Chick stickers. You'll see Rookie stickers. And you'll see Young Gun stickers. And that's a deal that we just put together for all our folks. Hey, something we forgot in the driver's meeting that we'll go ahead and address now. For all of you folks that have your tow rigs in the pit area here, we need you to move those. I'm looking out right now, and I see trucks and trailers and stuff all parked next to cars. We do need you to get those things moved. So if you guys can go ahead and get that rocking and rolling for us, that would be awesome. Just move those way up to the top. You'll see all the actual tow rigs up there. So if you guys can get those taken care of for us here while it's a little bit quiet, that would be awesome. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need a couple of you, 3 of you, to come up. We need you to sign your tech cards for us. Megan Allenson. Sorry about that, Megan. Megan Allenson, Keith Franzen, and Joe Corrier. Again, Joe Corrier, Keith Franzen, and Megan Allison. If you can come up to the tower when you walk up the stairs, you'll go in the right-hand side door, and you'll see the ladies in the red, and they would be happy to get you set up. Is that Joe Greer? Oh, never mind. Joe Greer, who is up here, can sign his own tech card. little bit of racetrack anatomy that you're seeing out here. A lot of folks will call this the racing of the tractors because, well, there's tractors out there and they're on the racetrack, but we're not really racing them. What you see kind of out there, the dust, is rice ash or rice oil, and it's just a really, really absorbent, but also very, very small, like moleculed device out there. So they've got it all kind of piled down there. It's soaking up all the oil that's out there on the racetrack, and then they'll sweep that up, and you can actually use that over and over and over and over and over until it's like soaking full of oil. And then they'll actually recycle it. The tractors that are out there, you see the little mini tractor with the not the scrubber, but the brush on the front. And then the bigger tractor with the brush on the front, that actually has what's called a rotator on the back. So that actually has tires on the back that'll spin counter the travel of the tractor. So the tractor's going forward, those will actually spin backward, and it'll put out a bunch of rubber onto the racetrack. It'll also smooth out what's out there, and it also keeps heat in the racetrack as well. So very, very cool device that was actually invented by, they call him Sticky Larry at Bandamere Speedway. So again, just bear with us here just a moment while we get this racetrack cleaned up, and we'll be back to business before you know it. And again, look at all these spectators. Y'all are awesome, man, coming out here and checking us out for some street racing action. And again, we are going to be back on Friday. We'll be starting about noon on Friday. So come on back. You'll see every one of these cars, and they're going to have almost 1,300 street miles on them when you see them come back around. Spectators, while you got a little extra time out here, you can make your way down to the Rocky Mountain Race Week tent. You can buy the official Rocky Mountain Race Week 2026 shirt, the same one that all the racers get. They also have a secondary shirt available over there. And while you're cruising over there, make sure you run by the BTR tent and that Mel Hamilton tent and see what they have available as well. I just met Tucker Thorpe, who's a dude who signed up for Rocky Mountain Race Week and then had a wildfire come through, burned down his family's farm, including his GTO that he intended to bring to Rocky Mountain Race Week. So we made sure that, yes, all of his family was okay, everyone made it out, all of that was good. And then Josh Rich, who lives in the Salina, Kansas area, messaged me and said, okay, now let's build him a hot rod. And he actually had a friend that had a GTO that he was like, hey, we'll sell him that GTO super cheap, and then we would come up with the money. But he also had a couple of Fox Mustangs just sitting around, and Tucker said, you know what, I want one of them Fox Mustangs. So a bunch of the Rocky Mountain Race Week dudes donated parts and pieces and stuff and got him a car built to come out here for Rocky Mountain Race Week. Unfortunately, on his way here, killed the motor in his now free given car. And so Alex Davis, one of my CTSV stick shift type dudes, said, you know what, I've got a Chevy Colorado with a turbo and a stick. Why don't you just take that thing while I'm sitting at home? So Tucker's now going to be in his now third Rocky Mountain Race Week ride, and he's a rookie. Never done a Rocky Mountain Race Week before, and he was going to do it in a free car, and now he's going to do it in a borrowed car. We're gonna see him doing it too, and it's going to be absolutely awesome. Oh, dude. Paul Thornton from BTR just sent me his latest flash sale. So we're still doing the $250 on valve covers with coil mounts, $200 without coil mounts in all sorts of different colors. But he's got the mechanic shirt. And I'll tell you what, I've got one of these. It's a date night shirt. Don't wear this to work on your car. Wear this to take your woman out. It is a red cap brand, so a legit red cap brand mechanic shirt with BTR on the left breast. And, dude, those normally go for $40. He's blowing those out for 20 bones. And I'm telling you, that is a date night shirt. So go get yourself a $20 red cap shirt with BTR on it from the BTR trailer. And that is a hell of a deal. While you're over there, look at the valve covers. They got all kinds of Brian Tooley Racing merchandise and stuff over there. In fact, my Displaced Them on Demand Delete in my truck is all brought to us by Brian Tooley. Those guys lay it down. They've got a Spintron in-house, so they can actually test those cams before they put them in running engines so they can see all the valve train dynamics and whatnot, harmonics, and they know for sure when they press go on that machine to cut a cam that thing is the best cam that you can put in your ride. So, dude, get yourself some BTR stuff, and again, that mechanic shirt is one that I have, no crap, worn on a date with my wife. And she said, that's a good-looking shirt. And I said, you bet your ass it is. This was a flash sale. And again, 20 bones gets you one of those on your back. And, again, that's one you maybe don't want to roll around underneath your car because you can just wear that thing out. And if anyone asks, you can say, hey, I won this. Don't even let them tell you that you bought it. But, no, like I said, great shirt. Appreciate having Paul and the guys out here from Brian Tooley. And, man, I mean, you got Mr. Nichols down there. You got a lot of folks back here at Brian Tooley. So, yeah, dude, it's absolutely crazy and awesome to have you guys out here and, you know, bringing out the big guns this year for Rocky Mountain Race Week. Oh, hearing that Nick Adams is down there, the new guy. They're trying to run him in on the Rocky Mountain Race Week here. So let's show him a little bit of love, RMRWer style. Speaking of BTR, I got Red Hat Scotty up here. And Red Hat's been doing a little bit of announcing as well. So I'm gonna chop it up with him a little bit. And Red Hat's the dude that tells us that to make your drag and drive happen, you need to have Brian Tooley Racing parts in your ride. You need to have Pantera playing as high as it'll go in the car, and you need to have Buc-ee's.
Yeah, so that's the key to make a nice, successful pass right there on your number, ladies and gentlemen. You got to have the Brian Tooley Racing on the car. You got to have the Pantera cranked to 11 and a nice Buc-ee's sandwich. But I don't think there's a Buc-ee's on this one. Maybe. I was looking. I don't know. Oh, there is. Right. I don't make it out that way as much as I should. But, so where I'm at swinging there, and I'm going to get the number that day. But in the meantime, though, the side thing we've been doing is a bunch of cheeseburgers. Who doesn't love a good cheeseburger? Idiots. Yeah, so, we've been talking about this cheeseburger bet thing, on the RMRW's page and everything.
Yep.
And, so we did one. We've got a little thing going off to the side. But I tell y'all, just do your own little cheeseburger bet in the meantime. If you got somebody in the class, one of your rivals, one of your buddies, somebody that's been around for a while, call them out. Say, hey, this next pass, loser buys the burger.
That's right. And you can go get yourself a fancy burger here at the concession stand here at SRCA. It's a Sunflower Rod and Custom Association here at Great Bend. And I like that idea a lot. Just like, hey, a little extra, oomph each pass.
Exactly. And, also for some of the newer guys or whatever, if you guys are hashing up there in the lanes, whatever, just say, hey, man, you know what? I heard this guy in a red hat was talking about some cheeseburger bets. What do you think?
That's right.
And then the best part is when you buy a Smells cheeseburger, you're probably hungry. So you're going to sit down and have dinner together and make a new friend.
And that's a good thing.
That's a
really good thing. One of the things I would like to do as well, and Matt kind of threw out the we're trying to get the kids off their phones and enjoy the stuff around here. What I would like to do is throw it out for all of our competitors. I would like to challenge you to eat at a local restaurant once a day.
Yes. So we've had this rule for the longest time. We don't eat anywhere that we can get at home.
Right.
And so that always plays into a lot
Unless you have to.
Well, yeah, please eat. Do eat. Don't skip meals just because there's a McDonald's in every corner.
But you got McDonald's at home. What you may not have is Mama May's Diner.
Exactly.
And Mama May's Diner probably has the best apple pie you ever had, and you owe it to yourself to go buy yourself a slice of apple pie.
Yeah, so take that little side street down there, down Main Street, find one of them small little cafes or, whatever place, grab you something that you can't get back at home.
Right, I like that a lot, and really, that's kind of the best part about this. We see Radiator Springs. We don't go down the highways. We go through the little towns. We get to see all these little town diners and gas stations and spots that most people don't get to see because you're going past at 80 miles an hour. We actually get to pull in there. We get to have lunch, and there's been a couple of times we've sold out gas at gas stations. We sold out a diner completely, 100% of their food. Sold it out. They had to close the gates. Say, man, we're happy that we're here. We're happy that you guys came here, but we're just out of food. We can't serve anyone else.
Yeah, and I've heard stories of that. Some of these small town places like that will come in and roll in, and they're like, well, we don't know how we were going to make rent at the end of the month, and we got them a couple months rent with all of our friends and family running through that little town.
Yeah, dude, 300 cars. You're talking probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 550 or 600 people. And if you've got a town of 600 and all of a sudden there's 600 more in there, well, you might have a good day.
Yeah, for sure. Getting out there, spending the money in the small towns, keeping them thriving and being alive, nothing better.
Absolutely, nothing at all, man. So, man, Red Hat, you're in the 10-0 category. You got the black car. That's your high school car, right?
Yep. So we are in the black car. It's had that name since I bought it when I was 17 years old. I've owned that car for 24 years now. We've kept it mostly the same over the last couple years. We made some changes this year, so hopefully we can hang on to that 10-0 number.
Right. And you had the 10-0 number pretty well down last year. So, hopefully you got a little something for that class.
Yeah, so in 24, I ended up in second place with it, and then, locally at Flying H, I'd won the streetcar takeover. I've been number one qualifier in 10-0 a bunch of different times. So yeah, I've got the number figured out, but then I changed stuff, so now
it happens. Well, and then you get the ultimate equalizer, and that's putting all this stuff on the road, and anything can happen on that drive.
Yeah, I actually have to change an alternator after this pass.
Attaboy. Well, hey, Red Hat, dude, you're the man. Thanks for coming up. We'll get that rookie his sticker, this pickup truck with the Circle D on it. That dude has never made a quarter-mile pass ever, never been down a racetrack ever, making his very first pass here at Rocky Mountain Race Week. So, of course, he's a rookie. He's never done a drag and drive because he's never done a drag.
Yeah. So being a rookie first time down the pass at Rocky Mountain Race Week, that is
yeah.
the highest of high right there.
Dude,
you'll remember that forever.
Absolutely gangster. And in fact, I believe that's Dylan Schaffner's kid. I think it is. Took the Circle D entry, and that's why he's got the big Circle D sticker on there. Unfortunately, Dan Palmieri unable to make the call with his stick shift Le Mans, and they said, you know what, let's just jam the kid in this truck and go have some fun.
That's awesome.
It's so awesome, man. Well, we're going to see Red Hat in the 10-0 category. You'll probably hear Red Hat here throughout the week a little bit because he's doing a little announcing over there at Flying H, and, you know, we can't let him get rusty, so we got to have him come up here and chop it up with me a little bit. Yeah, he's stretching now. Whew. Good times. And he's got the dude, his dad, down there. He's sitting over there in the, yeah, there he is, in the lanes. How old's the dude? About 114?
Yeah, he's shaking his head yes, so we're just going to go with that. So, he might be a little bit older, but he does not act like it. So when you see him around on the little red buggy, just hop out of his way because he likes to haul around corners and have a good time.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, two tires is the way, and a screeching tire is a happy tire is what I always say.
Yeah, and it's got the two little wheelie bars on the back, so, so you see him turning and burning and hanging the front tires.
You know
Yeah.
that's the dude.
They just follow him because that's where the party is.
I love it, man. I love it. Heck yes. Well, guys, plenty more to come. Like I said, we're just doing a little bit of cleanup here. I think they're getting pretty close to the end. In fact, I did have Curtis came up looking for Bob for a hose clamp. And he actually had that hose clamp. We're good to go. So actually what happened is he popped off a coolant line on that ride. However, it is a supercharged car. So what they're wondering is, did the head gasket blow first and then pressurize the coolant and then blow off that line? So they are trying to figure out if they can get that car re-rocking, and then we have that awesome staff out here at SRCA, a 100% volunteer staff here working hard to get us back racing as quickly as possible. Being told there's a couple of you out there with some stickers on your tires, brand new tires. Do us a solid, just rip those off real quick, ball them up and throw them in the trash. It would just not be cool if we had to be down to go pick up a sticker going through the timing system beams. No big deal. Easy peasy. So racers, pay attention to the PA all week long. We are going to be doing flash sales out of that BTR camp all week long. We want them to bring home a totally empty trailer, as well as the Mel Hambleton guys and the Rocky Mountain Race Week trailer. So pay attention. When we have some stuff we would like to sling, we will give ourselves an opportunity to give you the best deal here on site, and those do count for spectators as well. So if you want yourself one of those awesome BTR mechanic shirts, cruise down there to the BTR tent, and they can get you those for $20 as well. And again, while you're down there, check out the Rocky Mountain Race Week tent. They've got all the official Rocky Mountain Race Week merch available. Shoot, they got hats, they got koozies, they got all kinds of good stuff over there. And again, you can get that official Rocky Mountain Race Week shirt that all the racers get down there at the Rocky Mountain Race Week tent. And again, Mel Hambleton on site with all of their goodies as well. So go down and check those guys out while you're making your rounds. Looking down there, I see Mike Mead. That guy's the second quickest beer drinker on Rocky Mountain Race Week. I'm the first. Proved it over and over again in front of all his friends and everything. And just made him look a little bit like a weenie. And that was pretty fun. I enjoyed doing that. He's in the 10-0 category with his S550 Mustang. Big Mustang guy over there. Also a multiple-time winner in that category. Isn't that right? Never won? Oh, well, that's all right. You're second in that, too. Out of the Zane Bobo Racing Stables. Those dudes pretty much just sell jack stands and film to wrap your car. And that's why he's got that orange Mustang. Tim Myers is down there, old Timmy 2 Turbo. We're going to be at his home track tomorrow, Kearney, Nebraska. Oh, he made a Zane Bobo Racing hero card. Pink jack stands, because performance isn't cheap. That's right, drinking some Coors Lights. Chief jack stand specialist. It's good. Some race, some build. Zane, that dude collects pink jack stands. I like it. I like it. With the hashtag built, not finished. Oh, Zane. Yeah. I mean, when you suck, you suck. That's part of the deal. For folks that are having some issues hearing me out there in the pits, 88.5 will get my sultry voice through your speakers. You're welcome, or I'm sorry. Whichever is appropriate. Again, 88.5 will put you in the speakers of your favorite transistor radio. And I think we're getting the maybe last little bits of fixing put on this racetrack, and we'll be back, like I said, as soon as we possibly can. We want to run cars as long as you want to run cars, or as much as you want to run cars. So give us a few moments, and we'll be back before you know it. Give us a moment back before you know it.
Tell me something good.
Okay, so the haulage is
Yay! Okay, that's good.
So, yeah, I was trying to figure out which one you were moving as I haul the land on the wall there next to it. I was watching it, and it's like, oh, it's moving down the track.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, then what I'm gonna do is take this right now, and I'm gonna move it over here, up against the wall.
Looking down and seeing all these scooters down here, that gives me a and I need you guys to modify your scooter somehow. Make it so that you can tell that it's your scooter.
Sorry, say that again.
The reason for that is that, well, they all look the same. People
Say that again.
whatever they got, they'll be like, oh, they're there for sure. And then they take over.
Oh, okay, let me back it up and see if it's still connected.
Maybe yours has a code on it or something, and then next thing you know, everyone's got the wrong scooter. So stick up your scooter, go to the Mountain Race Week struggle bus trailer over there. Say, hey, give me a sticker, so I can make this thing mine. Oh, see, he's got a car. Okay. Yeah, so no one else can
Okay.
do scooter tricks.
There you go.
Come on,
How's
I
that?
want to see you bust your ankle.
Is that a good shot?
He's already okay. Oh, there's Ron. Hey, Ron. How are you? Ron Connor, he's the foxy grandpa of Rocky Mountain Race Week. And, yeah, dude, he runs a bunch of the lanes out here and helps out with Brian in the back of the lanes, and he's been here a bunch of years.
How's that shot?
Are there any
I
of
be
those
zoomed in more,
out here, or are you alone? You're solo.
and this can be our start.
Stark lists.
In. Good.
All right, hearing from Ron that they're not done yet, but they're getting pretty close. So, racers, if you guys can kind of meander your cars there, that'll be good when we're ready to call you up. You won't be miles and miles away. So if you are in the staging lanes, if you can go ahead and get yourself ready to go. Look at that blower. That is most of a tractor disassembled to build a blower behind a Suburban. I dig on that. In fact, Ron Connor actually probably had that blower brand new in 1914.
Okay. How is that? Connected?
So again, racers, go ahead.
Okay, good.
Most of those rides will be back before you know it.
okay. Yeah, it seems like they know what's stable right there.
Oh, good. Okay. And where, like, is that, can it be that wide of a shot? Or does it need to be zoomed in more? Okay. Oh, come on, baby. Okay. Is that good, or should I turn it more to my left?
Hey, hold on, we got video on the other guy too.
No way.
I do.
You would. Just what about this? Because I'd be crying.
No, lost it.
Oh, okay, so it's on the edge.
Yes.
What you're telling me is I bring that other camera this way closer. In theory, it'll get it, which means that our scoreboard camera can be our top end and scoreboard shot. Is what you're telling me.
People have a 150% chance of working 75% of the time.
Wow, that's a good number. No, that's true. That is true.
Clouds stay this way and the wet stuff stays up there, not here.
Yes, then I'm good with that, dude.
And in radiator.
Again,
I'm
so the
really
racetrack
good.
anatomy, what you're about to see here is spray.
Is it connected?
Going 90 and 20 miles an hour.
So the tank that's on the back of that is full of basically rubber cement. It's cut with methanol so that it can actually spray. And what will happen is that methanol will just evaporate off. And will leave you with just that rubber cement on the racetrack. And again, folks, you got a little bit of quiet time. Do not forget to move your tow rig and your trailer up to where all the rest of the tow rigs and trailers are. We unfortunately did not tell you that at the driver's meeting, but we need to have that happen pretty quick.
Here, as long as that doesn't screw up the Holy Land, I can put it.
That looks good. Looks good there.
Hold on. Adjust the angle of the dangle.
The angle of the dangle is in percent. Exactly. Yeah. The frustration of Chad.
Chad's out there trying to get his dang.com live stream stuff right. He said he's talking about the angle of the dangle. I just wanted to let you know that the angle of the dangle is usually proportional to the beat. That's also a good point. We'll have that live stream on all week for you. Racing again tomorrow night. Not racing on Monday, but we're back on Tuesday at Pueblo Motorsports Park. Back on Wednesday at Pueblo Motorsports Park. And we'll be back here on Friday at Great Bend, Kansas.
Is it working?
There's our friend Jim Parkinson down there, by JP Ride. His car called BG.
And this thing has tri-band 2, 4, 5 G, 6 G, your mama's G, and all the G's. Okay, here. I'm gonna turn the Holly and rack and do starting line with it.
Also, folks, don't forget SRCA rules are in effect here. No one under 16 can be operating a motorized vehicle. No one's allowed in that starting line area. Only two people per car are allowed in that restricted area. So make sure that you guys are all adhering to that. And of course, pit road speeds are low. You can't be driving 40 down there in the pit. So make sure it's a little bit quiet. Your mind is your P's and Q's. All right, drivers, go ahead and get suited and booted. We are ready to get rocking and rolling here. Again, drivers, go ahead and get suited and booted. We are ready to get back to action here at SRCA, the Sunflower Rod and Custom Association drag strip here at Great Bend, Kansas. So folks that are on the far side here, not the tower side, but the far side, that white fence, we can't have any cars parked past that white fence, unfortunately. So if you guys are parked past that white fence, they're going to come get you and scoot you over here behind the tower. But again, what we don't want is to have something come up over that wall going real fast and tag you or your ride.
I need to go to the scrubber. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
I'll call you back.
Mark
Mark
DeBarty,
DeBarty,
the
the
68
68
Camaro
Camaro in the left lane.
The
The Shelby GT500 in the right lane is Kevin Bays.
The
The 2021 model S550 Shelby GT500. He's going to stop the timers at a 10:84 and 11. Devin Midgley here, the 2015 CTSV. No information just yet on that right lane, the C10 truck. That right lane never made a quarter mile pass ever. And go 1093. The pickup truck was a 1340. Here's Claymeyer. The Pontiac in the left lane taking on Red Hat Scotty. They're in the right lane. Red Hat Scotty we talked to a little bit earlier, the car I called the Black Car. That's just its name. It was his high school car. Turbo LS out of the Questionable Performance Solutions camp. Play goes 11:20 and a 10:86 for Red Hat. The Fairmont in the left lane. That's Josh Tweehouse. Right lane goes 10:03. Looking for that 10 flat and a 10:25. 10:03 is going to put that blue S550 right at the top of the list here on our first round of the 10-0 category. The Disco Nova, named aptly because, well, they were built in the mid to late 70s when disco was a thing. Their first 1082, 1087 in the left lane. And again, looking for those 10 flats. They're going to want to come back and get those tightened up. Here's Mike Mead out of the Zane Bobo Racing team there in the right lane. His S550 taking on the S550 in the left lane. That's Allison Muse there in the left lane. So there it is, 550. At 142 in the left lane for Muse for her first pass. Mike Mead goes a 10:47. Here's James Chance, the 84 Buick Regal in the left lane. Taking on the Catfish Camaro in the right lane. .22 in the left lane. Lee goes in 11:16. S10 action coming at you here in the right lane, taking on that GTO. Matt Potter with the GTO in the left lane. The S10 in the right lane is Jan Hazen. 10:22 11:02 is pretty good for the 11:0 category if he decides he wants to switch it around. He goes 10:34, 11:19 in that right lane. Here's Jesse Haslett. Haslett in the left lane, the Catfish Camaro. Recently swapped to Holly EFI from a stock computer. And he is actually an active duty Army warrant officer who just turned 20 years. He's just getting ready to retire. Cool deal for him. Haslett goes 10:19, 11:14 for Poe. Jason Acton back out of that War Performance Stables. Again, W8RR. They are really known for that throttle body that they sell. Attention to the pits, 11-0. 11-0, you should be in 2 and 3. Let's get NA small block. NA small block, come on down to 4 and 5. Again, 11-0. You should be in 2 and 3. NA small block, come on down to 4 and 5, please. Just a moment while we go pick up Mr. Jason Acton. The Dot still independent rear suspension underneath that thing. It does have a Super 8.8 under it, but that is part of the deal with these things. Is with the independent rear suspension, that stuff not quite as strong as the solid or live axle in a lot of the drives out here. And again, Jason out of the War Performance Stables. And again, that is WARR.
Need to give a shout out to Dino Cardella, watching us at home on that bankshift.com live stream. He's enjoying himself some hot rod soup, which of course is whiskey. And Dino, of course, the only guy ever to pass out on my podcast. And that was pretty fun. Started the day with Dino, ended the day with his wife saying, "We're done." He's passed out outside. So we'll tug that Datsun off the top end. Hopefully Jason can get that thing figured out. We may have a parts call coming up here very soon for something for that ride. The track staff did say there's no drive shaft hanging out of it, so that's a good sign at least. Told no fluid, no parts, no nothing. So yeah, hopefully that's going to be an easy fix, and we're going to be back to racing here right meow. You say meow? Do you say meow? Am I drinking milk from a saucer? And again, thanks to War Performance, one of our longtime sponsors out here as well. And those dudes are put your money where the mouth is action. Come out here with War throttle bodies on all their cars and prove that they work. In fact, the guy that has the most miles ever on a War throttle body, well, that's our friend Mr. Rich Guido. The Canadian truck Norris has over 100,000 miles, with the vast majority of those being over 1,000 wheel horsepower with a War Performance throttle body. Rich Guido, known as the Canadian Chuck Norris, because the dude doesn't even own a truck and trailer. He drives the Pontiac-powered Pontiac everywhere, and he's from Red Deer, Alberta, Canada. And even does races down in like Florida and drives that ride down with his 80-year-old father as his co-pilot. Another guy that we're going to see in the stick-shift category that also subscribes to that plan is Mr. Bill Armstrong. The man has no truck and trailer and has a Ford-powered Ford Fairlane that has nearly or has totally outrun the CERT. All right, here we go. A little Camaro and Corvette action coming at you now. Corvette driven by Matt Cartwright, the 2017 model C7. Taking on Megan Allenson. Allenson, the 2021 Camaro. Going to get there first, go 10:51, 11:02 for that C7. Again, you can change your class before you turn in your time slip. He may take that 11:02 and say, let's go ahead and do it and try to run the thing into the 11s. Here's my friend Pat Cook on his Hayabusa. If you've watched previous Rocky Mountain Race Weeks, this is the dude that actually ran a Grom for a number of years, and yes, drove a Grom at 10,000 feet of altitude. Pat Cook getting 1,300 cc's of Suzuki Hayabusa, and he goes 10:65 at 134. Once again, I should have 11-0 in 2 and 3 and a small block. You should be in 4 and 5, please. Here's Charles Ford. We're in the 11-0 category now. Attention in the pits, Junior Street, Macy Whitehead. Macy Whitehead, car number 300. We need you and your Jeff, your driver, if you will, yeah, your passenger, if you will, if you guys can both come up to the tower, you're not in trouble. We just need you to sign your tech card, please. Again, Macy Whitehead and Jeff Whitehead with the 2011 CTSV Cadillac. If you guys could just come up real quick. Right lane goes 1139, 1182 in that left lane. All right, folks, if you're up here along the wall and you're not one of our media members or with a car that's currently running, you can have 2 people in that restricted area while you're running your car. But if you are not a media member or one of these members with a car, we're going to need to have you guys move, please. Just behind where that stop sign would be. We don't want to have to close that gate, but we will to keep you out of there if we have to. Mustang in the left lane, looking for that magical 11-0 number, and that will be no help to either. 1152 right in the middle is in no man's land. 1199 with a 2, you're way at the top end of that 11, but nowhere near that 12-0. So they'll come back and try to get those figured out. The 68 to 72 Nova pulls up here in the left lane. It's got the Bulldog up on the front. That's Dustin Wright, 1970. He goes 1017 and a 1087 in the left lane for Wright. There's a 1967 Camaro. I was telling you earlier the difference between the 1968 and 67. The 67's got a wing window, and, well, this one's got a wing window. That's Larry Van Winkle out of Grand Junction, Colorado. Also runs a drag and drive called the Weekend Warrior drag and drive. He goes 1175. Christian Leha here in the right lane, the Trackhawk with the awesome wrap on it. Those things have the Hellcat supercharger, 707 horsepower under the hood, all-wheel drive SUV. Taking on the 5th gen Camaro. That's Levi Houston, the 2010 model, and he's got the gap cam on the back, so you know it's good. Trackhawk's going to get there first. 1060 goes way too quick. Left lane goes at 1160, way too slow. Here's Chris DeLong with the Chevette. Nitrous-assisted V6 powered Chevette. How about an 11 flat Chevette? And then living in it for a week with your spouse. Good luck. Left lane, the F-150. That's James Daly, the 2019 model. sporting the 5-liter Coyote under the hood. So a little V6 nitrous action taking on the Coyote V8 there in the left lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, and a big block, and a big block. This is your call, lanes 2 and 3, please. And a big block, 2 and 3. Krista Long says, hey, here's what the taillights of a Chevette looks like. First run of the day. And goes 11:22, and it's the first time she's run in a year with that nitrous-assisted V6 Chevette. The F-150 goes 11:52, if you're keeping track at home. Don't forget, Wicked Chicks have the ice cream container out. That's by the Rocky Mountain Race Week struggle bus, and that is free ice cream with any donation. You donate anything in there, and that ice cream is yours. And all that money goes to Wicked Chicks here on the end of the event. 11:20 in the left lane and 11:47 in the right lane. The Fox Mustang Notchback pulls up in the right lane. That's Robert Cook, the 1986 variety. Taking on... no driver information just yet. The Hellcat there in the left lane, sporting the big Mopar sticker on the quarter panel. In case you didn't know that was a Mopar, well, now you do. It's a Mopar. Looking for those 11 flats. And again, I did just call NA big block. You guys should be in 2 and 3. 10:35 is way too fast. NA 12:07 is way too slow. But we should have NA big block making their way down to 2 and 3, please. Naturally aspirated big block. That's any engine bigger than 434 cubic inches. So 435 and larger, no matter the architecture. We need those big block rides. Doug Jensen, the 1965 Buick Skylark, taking on the second-gen Camaro there in the right lane. Camaro piloted by Randy Walston. Goes 11:62, 13:75 for the big Buick. And again, don't fret. You can change your class. If you thought your Buick was going to run 11 flat and it runs 13s, well, we got a class for you. Still, the C10 and the Fairmont getting ready to do battle here. C10 will get there first and go 10:75. At 10:12, though, a quicker 10:12 there for that Fairmont in the right lane. We are in naturally aspirated small block, and one of our hitters here in the right lane, first out of the gate, is Sean Stanford, the 2020 model Chevy Camaro. Keep in mind, these are under 434 cubic inches, and they are fully naturally aspirated. No power adders allowed in this class. No superchargers, no turbochargers, no nitrous. All motor all the time. The 6th-gen Camaro on the right lane, again, is Mr. Stanford, a guy that has won this class in the past. Taking on Clayton Elliott with his 2010 Camaro. How about a 956 at 145 miles an hour for a naturally aspirated street car? Dig it. 12:42 there in the left lane. Sean Alsop making his way up with the Fox Mustang, the Bogart wheels. Drove this all the way from Northern California with his daughter. Molly will be racing in the Junior Street program. And Dad running the naturally aspirated small block class. Also a former crew chief on the U-2 spy plane, actually. Pretty neat. Taking on Dennis Kirkland. Kirkland with the GTO. 427 cubic inches of LS under the hood. Which brings him just underneath that 434-inch maximum. The GTO pulls a little bit ahead at the 8th mile. And he'll get there first 12:36, 13:22 for Sean Alsop. This is naturally aspirated small block. So this is just run what you brung, hope you brung enough. John Gilman goes 11:75. Right lane, a 14:88. Here's a good one. Here's Keith and Rebecca Horton. Rebecca in the right lane is Keith's sister. Keith in the left lane is Rebecca's brother. Both running natural aspirated small block. Keith gets there first with a 10:51, 13:44 there in the right lane for Rebecca. Here's one of our Kronings. I don't know who's driving. Is it Max? Is Max actually driving? Max Kroning in the left lane. An active duty Army paratrooper. Must have gotten his leave. Germany Mason in the right lane. The 1970 Skyhawk. Cronin goes 12:42. And the Skyhawk goes 18:47. Oh. Hey, if you're parked over there on the far side from the tower and you found the very perfect spot for you to be, to like open up your tailgate and watch racing, well, you're not parked in the right spot. If you're past that white fence, we need you to move that SUV for us. Sorry, folks. We appreciate you so much. Here's Robert Miller. Miller, one of our veterans out here in that left lane. He'll get there first and go 14:12, 15:10 in the right lane. Here's Tom Taylor, the 1979 Disco Nova. There in the left lane. Taking on Ray Burns with the 67 Cougar. Wheels up launches from both rides. Again, naturally aspirated small block, the name of the category. 10:73 in the left lane and a 11:59 in the right lane. That brings up Tim Larson. This is a guy I bracket raced against at Bandamere for a number of years there in the right lane with his third-gen Camaro. His son, Nick, has done some racing with us here at Rocky Mountain Race Week, but he said, I'm going to come out and show you what's up. In fact, Nick's pulling in the water at this Vega behind his dad. Josh Rahm in the left lane, the C6 Corvette. So here is Nick Larson. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stick shift, stick shift. This is your call, please. Stick shift, this is your call. Come on up to lanes 4 and 5. Again, stick shift, this is your call. Lanes 4 and 5, please. 13,000. So now you have a chance to make a change. You can take that 13,000 and enter the 13-0 category, and you are the automatic leader leaving day one. Someone may or may not be able to equal that number, but right now you would be the winner, the leader, I guess not winner, but leader in that 13-0 category if you decide to make that change. So, speaking of Gavin Lusk, there he is down there. And he's actually in the door talking to Mercury Lusk. And you see the Wicked Chick sticker and the Young Gun sticker and all the stuff. He brought out his daughter to come do a little bit of dragon driving. Gavin Lusk and I have a long history of giving each other sweaty man hugs on dragon drives. He's also the guy behind Leading Edge Technology Partners, one of our long-time sponsors out here. And he actually brought his wife Molly out for one of these, and her Mustang kicked the front tire off into a cornfield, and they had to go find it. Well, the corn was really, really tall, so it took them a long time to find that. But they did find it, get it put back on, and she loved it. Yeah, Gavin Lusk, I'm talking about you. So, you know, if you're a Ford person, you name your daughter Mercury.
It's funny because I said it, not because it's actually funny.
Beautiful truck in the right lane. That's Matt Coating. Of course, you know about the coatings if you've been paying attention to Rocky Mountain Race Week. Matt and his dad were involved in a really, really bad traffic accident, and we're happy to see them back. In fact, they came back and said, "Hey, we're here to join the race, and we want to come and hang out with you guys, and here's my $600." And Matt said, "Your money ain't no good here. If you almost die and have to go to a hospital on a Rocky Mountain Race Week, apparently you get free entry." So he actually ran his $600 to me and said, "Put this in the rookie and young gun pot." And I said, gladly. The Coatings, again, big fans of these guys. They have been on Rocky Mountain Race Weeks for a long time, and we're missing that 68 Camaro, but hey, bringing out the pickup truck, that's a good time. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Riley Briggs and Nick Kern. I need your car numbers. Oh, Riley Briggs is up top there, I believe. Oh, it's a double number. Okay, so Riley Briggs and Nick Kern. If you can come to the tower, go up to the top of the tower, go to the right door, see the ladies in red, and get them your car numbers. Make sure you bring your car numbers with you so we can get you all squared up for the weekend. Check out the Big Tire Nova. I saw this thing in the pits, and I drooled over it for a minute. A.J. Schwittenberg, the 1972 Big Tire Nova. I dig it. I dig it a lot. Take it on Jeff Thorpe with the 68 model Nova. They're in the right lane without the big tires. Just something about a Nova with big tires. I like it. He does get their first 10-12 at 10.97 for the Big Tire Nova. Here's Brett Marble and Charlie Ogle. Ogle with the Savoy in the right lane. Big block B-body Mopar power. Brett Marble in the left lane with the big old pickup truck out of North Carolina. And that thing's sporting a Motion Raceworks operator shifter controlling the 4L80 transmission. How do I know that? I sold it to him. This guy's got naturally aspirated big block. Ogle goes 10.84. Marble a 13.96. Again, stick shift. You should be making your way up to 4 and 5, please. Stick shift, come on up, 4 and 5. Nova with the big forward-facing hood scoop there in the right lane, taking on the Silverado there in the left lane. Silverado goes 14.60. Here's Brian Havlick, the 55 Chevrolet. This has Jess, his cousin's engine, out of the Opel in it. And obviously here running naturally aspirated. They put on a race that we, when I say we, I mean Rocky Mountain Race Week helps sponsor, called the Havlicks Fastest Streetcar Shootout. All the early model fastest streetcar cars show up in Cordova, Illinois, and we shoot them out. We also have a drag and drive class out there. Normally nitrous assisted this ride, but not here this week. He goes 10:40, 129. Jeff in the right lane, doing his burnout. 14:30 in the right lane there.
Otherwise, the guys won't come back out.
So Jeff Trotta here in the Barracuda. That is kind of a lot of smoke. 1164 and 1102. I'm about to try, attention to the pits, Outlaw Street. Outlaw Street, this is your call. 2 and 3, please. Outlaw Street, 2 and 3. And I am trying myself a Soda Bop. They're here on site. And Mr. Glover went over there and said, hey, I'm going to get me one, but I'm going to bring one up to the tower so we can see if we can get you guys some business. So I'm going to try it here live. It's spectacular. Stevie, try it. Oh, my gosh. What is that one called? Victorious. I don't have anything. Area 51. I'm gonna try Area 51 too. Victorious is better. You should try it. Dude, Victorious is the jam. I think they're both really good. But no line right now. Go check them out. Soda Bop. They're right over here behind the concession stand here at SRCA. Very cool deal. Thank you. Appreciate you. Giddy up. Yeah, you got to. Once again, attention in the pits. Outlaw Street. Outlaw Street. You should be making your way down to 2 and 3, please. Outlaw Street, this is your call. Lanes 2 and 3, please. That'll put Limited Street on deck. Be calling you soon. Getting ready to go back to action here. The Olds 442 with the left turn signal on. That is not Darslaw's. The right lane. I don't even know what that thing is yet. Still don't have all of my driver's information in here yet, but that thing is gangster. I like it. Left lane's going to get there first. It goes 15:33, and then we'll pull out the calendar here and go 16:72. And that'll bring us into stick shift. There's Nate Curran. The Fairmont in the right lane. This was a Rowdy radial car. He said, let's put a little bigger tire on it and also stick a clutch pedal in it because we like to party. Taking on Chris Bach. Bach in the left lane. The stick shift Catfish Camaro. Left lane will knock the tires. Here comes Curran. That car has run in the 4s in the 8th mile and Rowdy radial trim and goes 8:54, 167 for his first pass here at Rocky Mountain Race Week. The whole Pacific Northwest crew over there losing their minds. He's out of Washington State. That's going to bring up Tucker Thorpe. Tucker in the right lane in the borrowed Chevy Colorado. This is the guy that had his Rocky Mountain Race Week car burned down. We built him a Fox Mustang. Oh, he might actually be behind. He is behind. But he'll be coming up here in a second. But, yeah, this is James English first. But Tucker Thorpe is behind him in the stick shift Colorado. That's actually Alex Davis's truck. But here we go. James English and Chris Presnall. Smacking the gear shifters around like they owe them money. 12.56 in the right lane. And a 13.92. Here is Thorpe. Tucker Thorpe, again, the Colorado, a borrowed ride after his Rocky Mountain Race Week ride burned to the ground, and then we built him one, and then it blew the motor up like miles from his house. But he'll be out here smacking around the gear shifter of a borrowed ride from Mr. Alex Davis, who is a stick shift and Cadillac guy as well. No driver information just yet in the left lane, but that's one that I've seen before. So he's a Rocky Mountain Race Week guy. The license plate M6ZL1. Sporting the Tremec TR6060 transmission behind the supercharged 6.2 V8. He'll get there first 10.69. Thorpe goes a 13.92. Moving on in stick shift, that's Matthew Farrow in the left lane with the 4th Gen Firebird. Farrow taking on James Shamahorn with his 2014 Camaro. That's also a good note. If I am just murdering your name, come up to the tower, tell me how to say it. I don't do that on purpose, except for a couple of you. Farrow's going to get their first 11.77 and a 13.92 in the right lane. Here is Bill Armstrong, the guy behind the Bank Shift Billy, the sponsor for the stick shift category there in the right lane. The small block Ford powered 1966 Ford Fairlane. Twin turbo with a T56 transmission, and this is a dude that is dumb enough to not own a truck and trailer. He drives the Fairlane everywhere he goes. This car has been in the mid-8s at 170-ish mile an hour. And he's going to knock the tire, but starts pouring on the coals. Look at that Fairlane go. He'll turn off the timers with a 944 157. And a 1345 there in the left lane. Look at Dan Gosha, a long-time Rocky Mountain Race Week guy and a killer bracket racer in the Dark Horse Mustang in the right lane. Rich Van Uwen here in the left lane with the 2003 C5 Corvette. There's Eddie Cisneros. What up? Wearing the, he's got the uniform on. Both getting a hard time getting attached to the racetrack there, but Gosha gets the Dark Horse hooked up a little bit sooner, and goes 12.69, a 13.01 in the left lane. Here's Nick. You see the Cisneros clan out there, the V-Mob clan. That's Nick Ball with his CTSV. Right lane is Connor Lewis with the GTO. Nick gets there first, goes 10.81.32, 12.76 in the right lane. Those Cisneros guys love them V's, baby. Out there doing all the videoing. Out of the Cisneros Speedworks camp. David Smith with his 2017 Volkswagen GTI. He normally has a Viper. Unfortunately, the Viper unable to make the call, and he says, you know what? I'm bringing the GTI. Let's go. He's taking on the STI there in the right lane of David Winnett. 1591 and a 1656. Tom Bagley is looking for some parts, so if you guys have some parts, we are looking for 2 12AN female to 8AN male. Again, if you have 2 12AN female to 8AN male that we can get to Tom, that would be awesome. Oh, and I just got a message from David Winnett. Smith and I are racing for Jameson Wings and Kearney. So he won himself some wings. The stick shift 1970 Mustang goes 12.56 at 114. Here's Scott Anderson, the 1985 Ford Mustang GT in the right lane, equipped with the clutch pedal, like he should be. Adam Walker in the left lane with the Catfish Camaro. Again, the class called stick shift. Outlaw Street, you guys should be in 2 and 3, please. Outlaw Street, you should be in 2 and 3, please. So here goes Scott Anderson. Unfortunately, a problem there in the left lane, and Anderson will get himself a singleton. He goes 12 flat at 117. Angel Solace is back. The J-swapped Del Sol. The J-Series Honda, of course, the V6 that would have come in like an Accord or an Odyssey minivan or a TL or whatever. This one a 3.5 liter V6. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Limited Street, this is your call. Lanes 4 and 5, please. Limited Street, come on up, lanes 4 and 5, please. Trevor Bursman in the left lane, the 88 Mustang. And again, Angel Solace in the right lane, the V6 front-wheel drive Del Sol. And Solace has some issues there. That kind of did like a little bit of a wheel hop, like it was losing an axle. 1370 there in the left lane for Trevor Bursman. And I believe that's probably what we're going to be doing then. Angel Solace is going to be putting a new axle in the J-swapped Del Sol. Now, he did break the beams. He can turn in a slip right now. It'll be a 20-second slip, but he can stay in competition with that. Is that the Cantus down here? I think it is. Old Clint Cantu. There he is. Yeah. Hey, your Cadillac done yet or what? Okay, well, whatever. Buy more superchargers to sell trucks. Why don't we do that? That makes sense. Stevie says hi, by the way. Oh, yeah, you have a daughter named Stevie, so hi to Stevie as well. Miles McCullough here, the GT500 Shelby there in the left lane, taking on the Corvette. Corvette being piloted by Matt. And hit the time clocks with a 10:48 and 11:44 in the right lane. And our final taker, a stick shift, a C6 Corvette. And of course, no driver information just yet, but we will have that all squared up as we keep on rolling. Adam Walker is back with the Catfish car. So Adam Walker in the Camaro versus that C6 6th generation Corvette. The Cantus come back to get a look at Walker. Started the clock, so his time is not going to be right or anything. 10:68 there in the left lane for Walker.
You're fine, yeah.
Once again, I should have Limited Street. Limited Street, make your way down to 4 and 5, please. Outlaw Street, you should be in 2 and 3. Limited Street, come on down 4 and 5. Pro Street, I'm putting you on deck. I'll be calling you soon. All right, we are starting to get quicker and quicker as we go, and then we'll slow it back down, and then we'll start back at the top of the run order, and we'll be back quicker. Nate Curran over there practicing his shifting. But again, we are getting into our Outlaw Street category and our Limited Street category and Pro Street and Gasser. Those are all going to be quick classes, so don't go nowhere. Attention in the pits, Mr. Nick Kern. Nick Kern, we're still looking for you. We need your number. You can shoot me a message on Facebook too, and I'll get it over to him. Again, Nick Kern, 700 horsepower. Come on. Who are you trying to kid? Nick Kern. If you can let us know your number, either come up to the tower or send me a message on Facebook, and I'll get it to him. Thank you. Left lane is Stevie's favorite ride. The Vega Wagon Sedan Delivery. This thing had a side slung blower on it for a while. I have no idea. Definitely turbocharged now. Turbo's my favorite muffler. Goes 988. Right lane 1149. Nico Christopher, pulls up here in the left lane with the Fox Mustang. I believe that's Dylan Peterson. It is. Attention in the pits, Pro Street. Pro Street, this is your call to lanes 2 and 3, please. Pro Street, this is your call. to lanes 2 and 3. Gasser, you're on deck. So Nico and Dylan Peterson. Peterson in the 81 Chevy Monte Carlo with the SS front end on it. And Nico in the Fox Mustang. Nitrous-assisted LS under the hood of that left lane. Nico's going to get there first. He goes 12:35, way off the gas. Actually, look at him, 12:35.6, 12:35.6. They tie, sort of. Different reaction times and whatnot. Nico way off the gas, though. Here's Jim Parkinson. This is a guy that could possibly win this category. The Tuned by JP entry, the car he calls BG. The right lane, the Chevy SS. That's Keegan Hansen. But Jim Parkinson here in the left lane. This is a 7-second capable small tire second gen Camaro. Lets off the gas. It goes 864 at 144. I think it's 130 to 64, just bouncing the front end on the ground. That is an absolutely rocket ship second gen Camaro. So we are going to go and make sure that Parkinson was able to get off the racetrack there. He did let off the gas there at the top end, and we'll go check it out and make sure that that thing's all good to go before we bring you our next pair. And these are a pair of friends of mine. Jason King is an 87 Mustang there in the left lane. Nitrous-assisted small block Ford for power. Hey, now's a good time to mention that Motion Raceworks is doing their very, very limited run of small block Ford valve covers. If you want a pair of small block Ford valve covers, come see me in the tower. Be happy to sell you a pair or check them out on www.motionraceworks.com. One of our other sponsors out here, Blaine Thiessen, there in the right lane out of the Brian Tooley Racing camp. Those guys I was talking about earlier with that canted valve cylinder head. Well, Blaine's one of the guys that gets to run that thing on the dyno and beat the dog crap out of it. He's also the guy that you'll see in a lot of the Brian Tooley Racing videos, is giving you a bunch of the tech specs and whatnot for a lot of the Brian Tooley Racing catalog down there. The Isuzu equipped head to toe with Brian Tooley Racing. He's also a former Holley EFI engineer as well, so that thing runs some high zoot, crazy secret Holley EFI in as well. A whole load of Thiessens out here. Looking down there, I see Jeremy Nichols from BTR getting ready to do a little video in here of Blaine's run. There was some smoke there off the top end. We were checking to make sure that Jim Parkinson didn't have any issues, and it looks like he locked up the tires. Said there's about 300 feet of skid marks up there. It's a long shutdown there, Jim. You don't need to do that. Promise. We may be looking for some tires for him. We'll see. But first, Blaine Thiessen, again out of the Brian Tooley Racing camp, and Jason King. Small block Ford powered, small block Ford powered Fox Mustang. Ding haw, bah haw. I don't know, I got nothing. Nitrous small block Ford in the left lane. Turbo LT. Not LS, but LT in the right lane. I don't know if it still has direct injection. It used to. They may have taken that off at this point. I don't know. On the button. Out of the gate goes 850 with a 3. You cannot go quicker than 8500 in this class, so that's pretty much as good as you can do right out of the gate. The Kings can now take that time slip, turn it in, and they can start their drive to Kearney if they want. His wife Liz is in the back going, now we're talking. Once again, Pro Street, you guys should be in 2 and 3. Pro Street, you guys should be in 2 and 3. Gonna give that track hop a shot. Goes 10:56, 10:48 in the right lane for the Camaro. Here's the Cornhusker Cougar coming at you. That's Dustin Peterson, the 1979 model Cougar, taking on Clay Meyer, the 72 Le Mans, in the right lane. Nebraska racers going at it here. They're going to get their home track tomorrow. The Cornhusker Cougar going to get there first. Goes 8:98. And the right lane goes 11:48. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Gasser, this is your call. Come on down 4 and 5. Again, Pro Street should be in 2 and 3. Let's get Gasser down to 4 and 5, please. Here's Brandon Tapp with the Corvette, the C2X. Take the C2 to an 891 at 160. The right lane, a 1045 at 154. Here's Ryan Minyard, the 78 Chevy Malibu. This is a guy I met at Drag Week on both of our very first Dragon Drives in 2014. We both had LS swapped Malibus. His has made lots and lots of changes to this point. In fact, he's coming off of a win at the Wild West Dragon Dash out there in West Texas. 8th mile Dragon Drive out there. No driver information just yet in that right lane. Again, Ryan Baker. OBS truck spins the tires hard. Minyard drives out of his life. Goes 9:49, 145. The OBS goes 12:32, 132 if you're keeping track at home. Mark Derryberry here. All right, attention in the racetrack. Check your pockets. Check your purses. If you are missing a pair of keys, and it's like a newfangled set of keys that doesn't actually have keys, but if you're missing a key fob, come up to the tower, second floor of the tower, describe to us what's on the keychain. You'll know what we're talking about because if you're missing your keys, then you know. Again, check your pockets. If you're missing keys, we likely have them up here in the tower. Describe to us what's on that keychain. We'll get them back to you. Attention to the pits, gassers, you should be coming down to 4 and 5, gassers 4 and 5. Let's get tailgate, this is your call. Come on down to 2 and 3, please. Gassers 4 and 5, tailgate 2 and 3, and if you're missing your keys, to the second floor of the tower. Goes 877, 156. Left lane goes a 1341. Here's Cameron Andreen in the right lane. The Venom S10, equipped top to bottom with all TBM brakes, presented by Motion Raceworks. Cameron Andreen, one of our wicked chicks out here with that Venom ride. She's taken on John Doherty. John Doherty of the 1974 Nova was typically in the National Aspirated Big Block class, but he decided to put a little bit of laughing gas on this. Their first 885 and a 944 for John Doherty. Obviously, this class is pro street, so, you know, you can kind of run whatever you want, but he goes 888, 153. And here is Eric Reisner. Reisner with the 1970 Ford Mustang Pro-Charged Coyote power under the hood. Getting himself into drag and drive. I believe this is his third attempt and has not finished one yet. Reisner at the traps. 882 at 158, and when you start thinking about that, is 302 cubic inches. It's pretty dang impressive when you start laying it all down. That was the last of our Pro Street cars. Now we're going to bring you Gasser. Again, tailgate. You guys should be making your way in 2 and 3. I see a bunch of you. That'll put 12-0 on deck. I'll be calling 12-0 soonish. And that'll bring us into our Gasser category. Gassers do rule. New rules this year for Gasser. Matt pretty much has to let you in. He has to you have to prove that that thing is a Gasser. And there's a bunch of different criteria that will make that happen. And here's two that count. It's the S show, I can't say it, versus Garbage That Barfed. It's Matt Donovan and Brian Glover. Donovan's Pontiac actually named on Hot Rod Drag Week by David Freiberger because, well, it looks like Garbage That Barfed. Glover in the right lane with the rat rod. Blower spinning out there. He's even got the blower belt all pinstriped up in that ride. Oh, it might have been a four-door. Oh, okay. Chopped it down from a four-door. So Matt Donovan. Garbage will get there first. Goes 10-10, 134, 11-17 for Glover. It's Reggie Moore. The organ grinder. He actually got us some shirts, and my wife Stevie was wearing it around and said, well, I can't really wear this in public because it says organ grinder on my chest. And I was like, well, okay. Doing the dance. Go, baby, go. He says he goes 1165 at 104. That'll bring us into the tailgate category. This category is a dial your own category, so whatever slip you turn in here today, you need to do all the rest of the week. You're like, well, that doesn't sound like it's too bad, right? Well, wrong. Great Bend has a very low elevation. Pueblo, Colorado has a very high elevation. It's going to be a very difficult thing for these folks to try to dial in these rides, and they're all tailgates as we change all kinds of altitudes and track preps and everything. So you'll see stuff with tailgates like you see here, a pair of pickup trucks. You'll also see anything with barn doors count as a tailgate, as do the tailgate end of like a Suburban. So like if it folds down or folds down with an up, then that is considered a tailgate. So you'll see some pickup trucks, you'll see some Suburbans and stuff like that. Very, very cool class with a bunch of different rides in it. In this case, the pickup trucks, 1268 and a 1529. Again, if they like those time slips, they can turn those in, and then that is your dial-in for the rest of the week. One of our bigger classes out here, the tailgate class. Right lane is Evan Urey, the 49 GMC half-ton. One of our young guns out here, and actually came through to us through Junior Street. Left lane is Joshua Cowan with the 04 Chevy Silverado. $15.93 for the Silverado. Urey goes a $14.90. The square body truck here, taking on the old Ford truck. I like this, man. That's Chad Maggart. Taking on that square body GM of Jesse Frost, the 85 model C10. Ford gets their first 1241, a 1354 for the Chevrolet. The EcoBoost F-150 in the right lane. That's Jason Salch, the 2014 model, taking on the Silverado. That's a pretty racy looking ride there. No driver information just yet on that one. But the bead locks on the back with the big lump in the scoop. Well, that's one of the ones running Junior Street as well. Okay, he turns on the boost controller and comes out here and spins. Silverado gets their first with an 1143. And the EcoBoost, a 1577. The Chevy Colorado here, sporting the maybe 5-cylinder, probably 6-cylinder under the hood. Doing its best wheel hop, burnout. That's Adam Maxwell, the 05 GMC Canyon. The right lane is Kelly Cheeks, the 1990 OBS. Gets there first. Stops the timer with a 12:69.109. And the GMC Canyon goes 18:08 at 76. That's got to be Hunter Hay. It sure is. Hunter Hay and his GMC Sierra there in the left lane. They've been building a new car, or a new truck car. Didn't quite get it done in time, so Hunter's back with the Sierra. Out of the Junior Street. Runs Maco2 with that multicolored Silverado. 11:16 in the right lane. Hunter Hay goes 12:69. Check out this awesome Ford dent side truck. That's Jackson Blakeman, the 1971 F100. What a beautiful ride, man. Thanks for bringing it out and partying with us here at Rocky Mountain Race Week 2026. He's lined up next to Matthew Vodrin. Right lane gets their first 11:32 and a 13:17 for the old school F100. Now we're moving. These are decidedly not tailgates. Pair of cars here. I actually don't know what we have going on here. No idea. Stuff and things. 11:00 with a 3. So again, you can take that time slip, go up to the ladies in the bus and say, hi, I'd like to join the 11:00 class. And you can leave here with the lead. Maybe. Attention in the pits, 12:00, 12:00. This is your call. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5, please. You get 11:64 there in the left lane, and an 11:56 in the right lane. Little Ford versus Chevy action coming at you here. This Cat Eye Chevrolet there in the left lane. That's Richard Davis, the 06 model, taking on the F-150 in the right lane. Oh, that's Nick Kern. Totally. He's the one that claimed it was 700 horsepower. I believe it. He goes 10:28, 133. Left lane, a 14:82. Here's William Hogan. So here we go, Mr. Hogan. He's normally got a stick shift OBS truck. Comes out here in the daily and goes 13:51. No driver information just yet on the OBS truck. I see you looking down there now and going, what in the world is that thing? That is the trucker. This is Jesse Madaffrey, a school teacher. It's on an S10 chassis, but it's basically a John Deere. Right lane. No information. 13.95 though for Madaffrey. And a 14.07 there in the right lane. Paul Peel with the S10 here in the left lane. Once again, folks, Check your pockets. Check your purses. You'll figure it out before too long. When you go to your car and you go to try to unlock it, you won't be able to. We've got those up here in the tower. Again, tell us what's on that key ring and we'll get them back to you. But if you are missing keys, they're up here in the tower. Fetter in the right lane. We're talking about if you've lost your keys, we're talking about going around and finding your car and racing it. So you might want to get your keys here before we go and find your car. Chad says I'm in. Will it do neutral drops? Of course it will. Doi. That's right. You may not think it does burnouts, but we'll make that thing do burnouts. That's right. That's right. Brittany Arquette here with the Lexus LX, taking on Alex Arquette. Little husband-wife. Alex waves at her as he goes by. And he goes 1074. His wife goes 1623. Chad's over here trying to put a square peg in a round hole. It's pretty much been his whole life. So folks, if you could just keep your scooters out of lane 6, that's sort of our emergency lane here. Here's Brian Dater, the Gentleman Gym truck, there in the left lane. Taking on Caleb Thorns with the S10, 1147 in the left lane, and Thorns goes a 1214. Regular cab, short bed, Silverado. Remember when these are like throwaway cars? Trucks, I guess. That is Taylor Goats. .35 and a 1430. Here's Ben Wakeling. Wakeling there in the left lane taking on Ryan Gray. Gray in the right lane with the Silverado. A pair of Silverados going at you here. The Avalanche in the right lane. Mike Dingy rocking that Avalanche. No driver information there just yet in the left lane. Goes 12-12. The Malibu Wagon in the right lane. This may be my favorite car here so far. That's Micah Grote. Look at the wheels up. Hell yeah. James Hall in the left lane with the Silverado. But Grote goes 11.77 at 119. And a 14.02 there in the left lane. Next pair coming at you, Silverado in the left lane, F-150 in the right lane. Truck in the right lane. Loy goes a 949. And the lifted diesel truck a 1668 at 86. 13:04 is way too slow, although you can move to the 13:0 class if you want. 11:15 is way too quick. Next is Eric Kuhn in the left lane, the 1970 Camaro. Kuhn is lined up next to Eric Skarsgård. Skarsgård with the Mercedes CL55. .1146 is too quick. And a 1686 will be zero help. Here's Scott Guthrie, the Vets Unlimited blown C3 Corvette. Paige Coleman in the right lane, the 1964 Chevelle. Guthrie goes 1163 is too quick, and a 1361. Look at a beautiful 1970 Chevelle. Wearing the Super Sport badges. Giddy up, my friend. That thing is sweet. That's Nathan Robinson. Attention to the pits. Porter Hughes in the right lane. Goes 12:51, 12:14 there in the left lane. Just was told from Mr. Paul Thornton that that red cap shirt, flash sale is going to go till they sell them out. So again, if you would like to get yourself one of those mechanic shirts, those BTR mechanic shirts, that flash sale is going to go till they run them out. McKenna Lipinski Gwynn here in the left lane, the newly painted purple second gen Camaro, taking on the third gen Firebird. In the right lane, that's Adam Wildhaber. Hannah's spinning the tires hard for 100 feet, and she'll smartly let off the gas and watch Wildhaber drive out of her life. He'll go 12:43. McKenna will meander on down. If you're keeping track at home, she goes 19:46 at 72 after the most impressive 100-foot burnout we've had all day. Here's something that's going to be fun. Check out the PT Cruiser. This is LS swapped rear wheel drive PT Cruiser. That's Dash Johnson out of Dash's garage. Naturally aspirated 6-liter. Super cool deal. He's been building that thing on his YouTube channel, on Dash's garage. The right lane is Jeff Short with the OBS truck. The truck will get there first, 12:42, and Dash goes a 14:16. Once again, 13-0. 13-0, this is your call to 2 and 3, please. 13-0, this is your call to lanes 2 and 3, please. Don Harmon with the old school Mustang there in the left lane. The 1968 model. He's lined up next to Kyle Calkins with the Ford Fairmont, again looking for 12.00s. $12.25 and a $12.41. How about a 69 Trans Am Firebird? My favorite year of these, for sure. That's John Gilliard. Gilliard lined up next to Race Lusk with the 23 model Mustang. Out of the Leading Edge Technology Partner stables. 12.26 and a 12.34. Here's that FM Fab shop car back. You see Vince standing out front. Vince runs it in the 9.0 category. He puts Heather, his wife, in it, and she runs it in the 12.0 category. Runs it without a trans brake and on the wastegate spring. Heather goes 11.94 and an 11.79 in that right lane. Next pair, the 4th gen Firebird pulling up. There in that left lane. That's Riley Briggs, the 01 model, taking on the S. Vito doing the burnout. Yes, it's a rotary powered RX-7. They still exist. All right, folks, I do have a racer in need. I got a racer in need. Mr. Bob Myers is needing himself a square port LS head. So if you have a square port LS head, we're gonna see if Boost Line maybe has got some of that stuff here on site. So Curtis is gonna be running around and checking out with the Rocky Mountain Race Week trailer and with the BTR trailer. But if you have a spare rectangle port LS head, there it is. Early in our day, it was because it killed the cylinder head, killed the head gasket, and pressurized all that stuff and blew off the hose. So he is looking for a single square port LS head. Coming at you now, Aaron Willis in the right lane, the 350Z. He's lined up next to Isaac Triana. Triana with the 98 Camaro. And again, they call those a catfish car because if you look at them from the front, well, they look like a catfish. Derry, the supercharged yellow Corvette. All right, folks, got another racer in need. We're looking for that square port LS head. I also am looking for a Turbo 400 converter and flex plate for an LS. That's for that Vega wagon. So again, if you have a Turbo 400 converter and flex plate for an LS, that would be super awesome. Keep them in competition. I think they would take almost whatever you've got sitting around to keep them rolling. Let us know. 1211, by the way. Here's Rich Thorpe. Thorpe out of the Disorganized Grime race team. The G8, sporting 6.2 liters of LS under the hood. $12.11 for Mr. Thorpe. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. 14-0. 14-0. This is your call to 4 and 5, please. 14-0. Come on down 4 and 5. Let's get Junior Street. Junior Street, come on down to lane 6. Once again, 14-0. Come on down 4 and 5. Junior Street. Brenton Thiessen with the Corvette goes 12.82 there in the left lane. Right lane 14.37. Doug McGinnis, no kidding, back with the Challenger there in the right lane. Doug is only about 97 years old. Only. No driver information just yet in the left lane. That second gen Firebird. T-tops and everything. $14.59 and a $12.78. The right lane, the Turbo Tahoe. That's Mike Gonzalez. And that's Katie next to him. Katie Jones, who likes to do a little dancing in that car while she's waiting. Got the stereo turned all the way up. She's got the sticker in the back, "Keep Fighting, Dad." Her dad has been dealing with right before she made her way down here to Rocky Mountain Race Week, looking to put that thing on the 13-0 number. Goes 13.21, a 14.85 for the Turbo Tahoe. Right. Here's Dominic Gonzalez. The Nova here in the left lane. The 6th gen Camaro in the right lane. That's Charles Nixon. Like those previous rounds you saw, but again, looking for 13.00. 12.95, just a little bit too quick, but a 15.31, that's no help. Pair of G-bodies coming at you now. Sitting back in the water, G-body on G-body crime. Jason Serrano here in the right lane, the 82 Buick Regal wagon. Taking on the Grand National in the left lane, that's Brian Crandall, the 87 model. The Grand National was sort of Buick's last hurrah out of the hot rod world. Every year they made the Grand National, it was actually faster than the Corvette. And Chevrolet said, there ain't no way, well, GM said there ain't no way that a Buick Regal can be faster than the Corvette. So we are gonna make you pull the plug on it. And they said, well, then we are gonna go ahead and go out with a bang. And created this absolute killer Grand National, and then you could actually get a GNX, which is one step even better. The Grand National Experimental car. Turbo 3.8 V6. The wagon in the right lane has the back glass come open. That's this variable wing for Serrano. 13.48 and a 13.85, no help for either. All right, so a little change on that square port head we were looking for earlier. The Myers are going to actually have Juggernaut weld that up, but what we need now is a machine shop that can actually flatten that thing down. So if you have a machine shop an hour and deck this head, man, you would save our day. So again, if you have a machine shop near or whatever, if you can run up to the second floor of the tower, let us know what that is. I'll get it to you, Curtis, via something. We'll make it happen, my man. Good luck. Good luck. Just take the head off of your car. Yeah, you're still in. Don't do that. Bad move. Next pair coming at you, a Corvette and a Mustang. Again, what we are looking for now is a machine shop that can deck that head. They're going to weld it up, but they are needing a machine shop to deck that head once they get it welded up. 1306 in the right lane for Andrew Cockrell in that 13-0 category. Here's Eric Carroll with the Lexus GSF. These things are actually pretty sweet from what I hear. They are a basically Coyote out of the Toyota camp, 5-liter, 4-cam V8 under the hood of the Lexus GSF, taking on Ernie Riley, the big block powered hot rod there in the right lane. Rocky Mountain Race Week, he made something like 30 passes in one night with this ride, back when it was Cadillac 500 powered. Now, big block Chevrolet goes 1321, 1348 for Eric Carroll. Here's Josh Odom, the 08 Dodge Magnum in the right lane. This guy runnered up to me in the bracket race at the final in the fall series that we did, the little weekend deal back in Pueblo. We actually both red lit. I red lit first, he red lit worst. And he brought himself home a second place trophy. The Maverick in the left lane is Easton Alps. Easton looking to put that thing on the number. Goes 1284, just a little too quick. You can see he was off the gas at 95. And he needs to back that thing in to 13 flat. June Allison's up here losing her mind. Oh my gosh, he went so fast. Right on the cusp though, 1377 in the right lane. Brittany Azevedo here in the right lane, the CTSV, taking on the Wagon in the left lane. I dig on the Wagon. Azevedo gets there first on the brakes, 1483, 1433, no help for either. There's Brandon Tapp walking around to the Corvette, the C2X. Curtis Myers. Curtis Myers, check your Facebook. I tagged you in a head shop. It's actually one of our Rocky Mountain Race Weekers. Brian Weinhold is about an hour north of here. He actually has filler rod. He can weld that head up too if Juggernaut can't or whatever. Brian Weinhold is about an hour north of here, and he does have a machine shop to get those heads squared up. Right lane left way before the tree was active, 15:03 there in the left lane. Now in the 14.0 category, same game as all the other previous categories, looking for 14.000 up on these scoreboards. I don't know who these racers are just yet. I don't have any of their information. I don't know what these cars are. What the heck is that an Alfa Romeo? The left lane. Is that a... That's what I thought too. I don't know. It's neat looking. I think that is a BMW. That looks like a BMW emblem.
It's a long way away. Here's the thing Oh no, I something totally dumb, like a,
So, whatever that is. Looking for those 14 flats. I do have to mention that Stevie just did her first burnout, 1634 to 1496. Stevie just did her first burnout with slicks. I'm very proud of her. She did a great job. Now she's going to do her first clutch dump ever. In the right lane, the CTSV. That's my car, that's my wife. She's next to Cody Van Winkle with the C10. Here we go. Gets it recovered and goes 1442, 1571 in the left lane. Here's a smart car taking on an MR2. They're both mid-engine rear drive, which is kind of neat. Oh, look, an XLRV. That's cool. But here we go, MR2 and a smart car. They're basically the same thing. I mean, really. The MR2 might be like 6 inches longer, but basically this is the same car. Engine is directly behind you in both of them. That's a Scion, isn't it? It is a Scion. That's not a smart car. Oh, it's totally Stuart Clifton.
Yes.
It totally is. They came up just for this. They're going to run that thing once, and now they have veteran status to get in for next year. 1929 and the 1991. This is cool, an XLRV. So this is actually a Corvette with a different body on it. And these had a hand-built, supercharged Northstar 4.4 engine in them. These are much better than the typical Northstar that you would see in all of the other Cadillacs of the era. Oh, that was Phil in the MR2. Okay. So the XLRV goes a 1342. Right lane a 1606. All right, attention out there at SRCA. I want to let you know the merch building is going to be closing at 8:30, which gives you about 40 minutes to pick yourself up an SRCA shirt or hat or anything like that. We will be back again on Friday, so if you'd like to pick something up then, you can do that. But if you want to guarantee you get the one thing you really, really like, go on down and get it now. 1352's too quick, and a 1655. Dale Farley in the right lane, or the left lane, I mean. Anthony Watson is pulling up here in the left lane. And a 1303 in that 13-0 category, 1554. Here's Dale Farley in the right lane. The left lane is Anthony Watson, the 2002 Chevy Camaro, a winner of this 14-0 category in the past. Look at the square body Suburban. Dude, that's gangster. It's got the aftermarket like fiberglass steps. It's still got the hubcaps. This is a Texas Cowboy special, and it's got the best front end of a Suburban ever with the two side-by-side headlights. Yeah, that's G, dude. I dig it. Okay, how many people could we fit in that to drive down the quarter mile? 9? Yeah. All right, so yeah, we're gonna load 9 loads. Bike Grip Garage sticker on the back. This guy's my G. $14.04 for Watson and a $14.69. Delaney Hull here with the Suburban. That thing is pure class. I don't care who you are, I like you. Delaney, you're killing it. $15.17 in the right lane, and Chad's favorite Suburban goes $21.64. And our final taker with the Volvo. So, folks, we're having a little bit of problems up here reading the numbers, and that's going to get worse as we get throughout the night. If you guys can locate some ride-on or something like that and put that number somewhere on the left-hand side of the car where it's nice and big for us to be able to see, that's going to help us a whole lot throughout the rest of the evening. Again, we got that little number kind of in the top left corner of the windshield. Unfortunately, what's happening is once you get in the water, we can't see that. And then we're stuck, and then unfortunately what happened is we got off by like one pair, and now we got everyone sitting back there trying to get their time slips sorted out at the time slip booth, and we're all off by one. So, tough deal. But yeah, we'll get it figured out, but if you guys could put your car numbers on the left-hand side of the car in some ride-on or something for us, that's going to help us a whole lot as we get through the rest of the evening, and we're going to bring you Junior Street next. But we do need to give them a second just to get all those time slips squared up at the time slip booth. But then we will bring you that Junior Street category, 13 to 16-year-olds driving full-size cars with their parent or guardian in the passenger seat. This is an NHRA class, and it's probably the coolest class going right now because it's an awesome way for you to be able to get your kid into some racing without needing a full junior dragster operation. Also, what's really cool with this is that we have seen a number of our Junior Street racers come into their regular, quote-unquote, classes throughout the years. Hunter Hay is one of those guys, and shoot, even Blaine Stark came out of the Junior Street world. So pretty sweet gig, enjoying it a whole lot. Having this Junior Street category here, and of course this Rocky Mountain Race Week event here in June. Well, all these kids are out of school, so we're giving them something cool to do and come out here and hang out with their parents. And you know, all the parents are learning a bunch of new lingo like mid and, you know, getting the T, etc. Yeah, that's right. While they ride around with their teenage kids. It's a win-win. Kids get to learn some real life skills, and the parents get to learn what the hell they're saying. Exactly, no cap. Kids are losing, or the kids are teaching the parents about the cap and the no cap and the sus and bussin'. See? Yeah, I'm hip. I'm hip. Six, 7. So again, these junior streeters going 8th mile racing, you can't go quicker than 9 flat. Matt calls me and goes, your coolest class is going right now. What are you doing? We're talking about Chad's daughter wrecking her car. Is what we're doing. How about this cool BMW? This is actually cool. Going against the awesome Galaxy Mordor. How about a Junior Street CTSV? That's Macy Whitehead in the CTSV sedan. The OBS here in the right lane doing the burnout. Probably Eli Bibby. That looks like a 91 Chevy Silverado to me. Yeah. Check out Gracie Slaybaugh. You know the name Slaybaugh if you've seen any of the Rocky Mountain Race Weeks. This is Gracie Slaybaugh in the 1972 Cadillac Sedan DeVille. Dude, killer.
Dude, this thing is winning. Of all the cars here, right there, that is the best cruiser on the property, period. And it'll hold 6 people.
Right, and 72, it probably has a 477? 472, right. So earlier than the 500. Okay, all right. There you go. And this is a rear drive, too, right? Right, Eldorado would have been a front drive with the 500. 1075 and 1176 at 58 miles an hour, riding on the cushions. Dude, I dig it. That thing is sweet. Here's another sleigh bar with the wagon here in the right lane. Here's Camden sleigh bar here in the right lane. Taking on another very cool. Thanks for bringing out all this cool old stuff, man. This thing is great. Love it. The 72 Cadillac DeVille, another one. The two-door, that's Lexi sleigh bar. We got sleigh bars like crazy in Junior Street, and they're all driving cool stuff. I dig on it. Here's Savannah sleigh bar with the 83 Chevy Caprice wagon. And Peyton Serena with the Buick Regal wagon in the right lane, the G-body. And again, all teenagers, 13 to 16-year-olds driving these rides with their parent or guardian in the passenger seat. You do have to earn a license for this class, so you have to prove you have control over that car and you know how to do it, whatnot. Just consistency, so whatever number they turn in here today, they're looking for every day. 926 and a 934, you just can't go faster than 9 flat. Super cool class. And like I said, it's a really awesome way for you to get yourself into drag racing, get your kid into drag racing without needing to buy an entire junior dragster operation, which is in the thousands of dollars, even for an entry-level version. Pickup truck goes 921 at 87. And that brings up the Lexus SC400. So moving into some fast pass cars here, we got the Angry Dorito RX-7 back. So what we're gonna do, I know we've only gotten through one round and we're as frustrated as you guys are about it. I'm here to tell you. What we need to do is we're gonna get this second round going, but we need everyone on their game. When you get in the staging lanes, make sure you're ready to go. When they start calling you up, make sure you have your helmet on. We don't need Ron to be over there hitting you on the head with a ball-peen hammer to get you ready. Also, go ahead and get yourselves in the water, do your burnout, do everything you need to do a little bit quicker. What we're gonna try to do, if we can do it, is get a third round in, but guys, we need you to speed it up to make that happen. Like a lot. There's no promise at all that we're going to get that third round in, and in fact, at the rate that we're going right now, we're going to be lucky to get the full second round in. But keep on rocking and rolling it, but we do need to step up the pace just about 20% to make sure that we can get this all in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Let's do Rowdy Radial. Rowdy Radial, come on down 2 and 3. Rowdy, come on down 2 and 3. Ultimate Radial, come on down 4 and 5. Again, Rowdy 2 and 3. Ultimate 4 and 5, please. And again, if you guys can put your car number on the left side of your car somewhere for us, that's going to help us an absolute ton. So if you've got some ride on, if you can get some ride on, if you can put it on the left side of the car, that is going to help us an absolute ton if you can make that happen. All right, so the Myers conundrum still happens. We are looking for we need a V-band for a dump for a 45 millimeter wastegate. I think it's like 1.5 inches or something like that. But if you have a spare V-band clamp for a 45 millimeter wastegate, Curtis Myers is needing that with the black G8. If you can either run that by where he's at or the Rocky Mountain Race Week tent, and we'll make sure we get it to you, my man. So again, getting ready to go rowdy radial racing. 26 850 slicks or a 235 radial, the little pizza cutter tires. And these guys are putting 1,500 plus horsepower through those little bitty guys. This class is 8th mile, so we'll run a 4/10 Pro Tree with 8th mile on for the rowdy radial. And then we'll move back to quarter mile when we move into that ultimate radial class. But again, rowdy radial, running the 4/10 Pro Tree. And 8th mile. This class actually invented by Zach DeKaig, who's here on site, and has been adopted by a handful of other drag and drive classes. And what's cool with it is it has like 4 rules. You have to run that tiny tire, and that's pretty much it. And again, 235, that denotes the width of the tire, 235 millimeters wide. If you go out to your car that's parked out here in the parking lot, odds are good that it actually has a number larger than that 235. So like your daily driver ride probably has bigger tires than what these rowdy radial cars have on them. And you're about to see them start laying it down here in the class called Rowdy Radial. go, Rowdy Radial Racing. Again, on the little bitty tire. Cody Knudsen here in the left lane. Lined up next to Donovan Linwood. Knudsen's in, double bulbed. Here comes Linwood. 5:45 there in the left lane, and a 5:11 in the right lane. Again, 5:45 in the left lane, 5:11 in the right lane. Here's Brian Collinsworth, the 1974 Plymouth Duster in the right lane. He's lined up next to the Monte Carlo of Ryan McFadden. Goes 5:47 and a 5:92 in the left lane. Again, 5:92 in the left lane, 5:47 at 131 in the right lane. Lance Walker here, the Chevy S10. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, Unlimited. Unlimited, this is your call to lanes 2 and 3, please. Unlimited, come on down to 2 and 3. Hot Rod, come on down 4 and 5. Again, Unlimited, 2 and 3. Hot Rod, 4 and 5, please. Lance Walker, the 6.0 SS S10 truck. And that's Mark Grote in the right lane. The 1984 Ford Mustang. Walker goes 5:80, 126, a 5:42 for Grote in the right lane. The Dart goes 5:66, 131. Here's Brad Thiessen. This dude, a 7-second 1970 Chevy Nova. Let's see if he can put it on the number. Here it is, 781, 181, the quickest pass that we've seen all day long, other than Mr. Jason Hurley, who had a kind of aborted 750 pass, but a 781, 181 after a pretty, let's just say it's a little slow in this world, 133 60 foot. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Last call for unlimited, last call for unlimited. You should be in 2 and 3 hot rod. You should be making your way down to 4 and 5. Again, unlimited, 2 and 3 hot rod. Come on down 4 and 5, and let's get bikes. Motorcycles, come on down, lane number 6. Starts revving it and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. But look at that, 903 139 for Trevor. That is the second pass on that combo. That's cool. That's killer. Unfortunately, that right lane having some issues. You can see him kind of leave, and then maybe got it restarted, and it was not happy. So he's smartly pulled off to the right-hand side of the racetrack, and we'll get him scooped up before we send our next car, and that's Mr. Jim Parkinson, the car called BG. All right, go ahead and get them suited and booted, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting back to action. And again, we are rocking with Mr. Jim Parkinson here, the Tuned by JP ride. Attention in the pits, 9-0, 9-0, come on down to lanes 2 and 3, please, 9-0, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. In the 8th and goes 794, 173. That same bit of smoke you see there at the top end, I really do think that that's just tire rubbing. But our second 7-second pass in about 7 minutes. Here is Mr. Jason Hurley, down Firebird, looking to put that thing in the 6-second range, 200-mile-an-hour capable street car. Rip goes 727, 199. Still not in the 6-second range, but 199 for the speed. All right, attention in the racetrack. Again, check your pockets. We do have 2 now sets of lost keys. I've got one up in the tower, and I've got one at the Rocky Mountain Race Week struggle bus. So if you are missing a set of keys, one of them is a Kia, one of them is a Jeep. I've got Jeep sets of keys up here with me. If you have a Kia set of keys that you're missing, those are at the Rocky Mountain Race Week struggle bus. So the big old Cadillac Junior Street car goes at 11:87 in the 8th mile. And that'll bring up a few of our fast pass rides. Ryan Minyard here, taking on the Grand National. Minyard in the 7th. Goes 8th mile 5:82 and goes 9:06. Chris Bach, the stick shift, and he'll knock the tire. It actually shut the engine on. He'll get it back rocking. A very measly 353 60-foot, unfortunately, after that fiasco. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. 10-0, 10-0, this is your call coming up to 4 and 5, please. 10-0, this is your call coming up to lanes 4 and 5, please. Nick Thompson in the right lane. 10-11 in the right lane, 9:03 for ticket 220. This class called Hot Rod. Dave Weeks in the left lane with the Caprice. He's lined up next to the sweet old pickup truck. That's Corey Birch, the 1949 GMC 150. There in the left lane. No driver information just quite yet. And again, we're getting that kind of rocking as we get going throughout the day. Oh no, I lied. That's Eddie Wilson out of the Wilson clan. Galen Knowlton, the Flame 1968 Camaro. I can vouch that this car can do over 150 mile an hour wheel speed trailer burnouts because I did it. I was in it when it did it. John Saraceno here in the right lane, the 1966 Chevrolet C10. Again, the Charged LS for power with a 4L80 transmission. 950 in the right lane, 1075 in the left lane, and that brings up our motorcycle category. Pat Cook on his Hayabusa in the left lane. That's sort of the stock looking one. He's next to Chris Baker. Baker in that right lane with the extended swing arm Hayabusa, sporting a turbo on top. 8-second street bike. And again, keep in mind, each one of these rides does need to drive the whole route, so they'll have 1,300-ish miles on them by the time they're done. And they have to live through it. Once again, 9-0, this is your final call to 2 and 3. 10-0, 10-0, you should be making your way to 4 and 5, please. 848 at 166 for Chris Baker, and a 1070 in the left lane for Pat Cook. Here's Roland Tabor, the ZRX 1200R, sporting a turbo. No driver or rider information there in the right lane, but again, we'll get that as we keep on going. 11:30 though for that ride. Here we go into the 9-0 category. Braden Picorni in the right lane, Vince Rui in the left lane, both Nebraska racers. Gates, and without the trans brake hooked up, he goes 9:07, 151, 9:10 in the right lane for Picorni. Also, folks, pretty standard deal. If the racetrack's lights are on, we need your lights on. So tail lights, please. Next pair, 993 and a 1035, looking for the 10 flat now. In the right lane. There goes the soda bop, folks. Trailer behind a plumbing and drain cleaner truck. Okay. Hey, whatever. Soda bop's good. Shut up, Chad. Oh, dude. Okay. So Chad just gave like a you drink it, we clog it, you clean. So we're driving down here and we saw a septic pumping company, and it was, God, it was so. Yesterday's food is today's pump. Kelvin Poe in the right lane. Goes 10.78 and a 13.49 in the left lane. Pair of CTSVs coming at you now. Both the coupe variety here. Cool. Left lane. 10.89, 132. Attention to the pits, 11-0, 11-0, this is your call to lanes 2 and 3, please. 11-0, this is your call to lanes 2 and 3, please. Here is Mike Mead in the right lane with his 2015 Mustang, big Mustang guy. Matt Potter in the left lane. Mead goes 10.02 at 137. He's got that thing really well set up in that 10.0 category. The C7 in the left lane, that's Matt Cartwright, the 2017 model C7 Corvette. Lined up next to Isaac Yamara, 1977 American. He was really strong to about 60 foot, let off and had some problems for a few feet. Got back on 1188, 1102. Again, you can take that slip and go in the 11.0 category if you would like. Once again, 11.0, 11.0, you should be in 2 and 3, please. 10.0, we're running you now. Come on down to 4 and 5. Or forever hold your peace. Megan Allenson here in the right lane, the 2011 Camaro. Taking out a stick shift ride there in the left lane. No driver information just yet, goes 10.29. Allenson a 10.56 at 132 miles an hour, side by side. Old school Camaro and Mustang matchup coming at you now. The right lane is Scott Lee, the 98 Catfish Camaro. He's going to take on the S550 in the left lane. The S550 of Michelle Roby, one of our wicked chicks out here. And a 985, no help for either driver. Something cool about drag and drive is you get to see some cars driving around with trailer hitches hanging out of the back of them, and they really shouldn't have trailer hitches. A CTSV coupe here with a trailer hitch hanging out the back. Taking on Jesse Hazlitt. Hazlitt in the right lane, the active duty warrant officer. He is an aircraft maintenance dude, and he just got his 20 years. He's getting ready to retire. Good for him, man. Left lane is Wade Azevedo with the CTSV coupe. Aslan just turned his car from a stock ECU to a hauler. And he's been doing all kinds of big old wheelies all over the place. Goes 10.22. Azevedo on the brakes goes 8.12.45. Here's Claymeyer. Out of Nebraska again tomorrow. We are going to be at Kearney Raceway Park, and this is his home track. They're at Kearney. For folks that are watching on the live stream, we're going to be tomorrow again from 3 till 10. Monday is a drive day. We will be off of the live stream, but still out having fun. Tuesday and Wednesday we'll be at Pueblo Motorsports Park. A drive day on Thursday. We'll be back here on Friday to finish it all up. 1,200 plus miles. Including drive days of nearly 400 miles. Clay at the stripe goes 10.18, 134. In the land of many, many drag and drives out here, Rocky Mountain Race Week still one of the ones that does it old school and does it long, and it is hard. We make these difficult on purpose. They are, in our opinion, intended to be, and we keep that spirit alive. There's Red Hat Scotty, the car to be known as just the black car. Lined up next to Jan Haza. Haza out of Lincoln, Nebraska. Again, Kearney, his home track. Attention in the pits, and a small block, This is your call, lanes 4 and 5, and a small block. Come on up, lanes 4 and 5, please. Red Hat Scotty out of Questionable Performance Solutions. Cam. It's wild. Dragstrip. Doing a little announcing out there. Haas's going to get their first 10.92, but benefit of a better reaction time. Red Hat Scotty goes a 10.57, looking for that 10 flat. Here's Bobby Ruppel here in the right lane, the Winter Mint Green Chevrolet Nova. The left lane, the Audi. That's Joseph May. Bobby's away looking for that 10 flat. Goes 10.20 and a 10.93 for May in the left lane. We're going to take just a second and go check out the racetrack. Apparently one of the racers saw a little something out there, so we're going to be down just a second while we go get a look at that, and we'll be back to business before you know. Again, I do need to give a big shout out to all of our sponsors. The title sponsor here, Motion Raceworks. The presenting sponsor, Brian Tooley Racing, and they're set up down there in the pits. Bankshift.com doing that live stream. Don't forget about Mel Hamilton Ford is set up out there as well, and they've got their tent and trailer all ready to go. Help all these racers keep in competition here at Rocky Mountain Race Week. Boostline Performance Solutions is on board as well. Circle D Specialties for torque converters, and they actually also own Reed. So aftermarket transmission cases, and if you have like a rock bouncer, they do all kinds of knuckles and cool stuff out of the Reed camp. Happy to have Circle D back on board. Cornerstone Performance Transmissions, Crower, Disorganized Grime, FM Fab, High Speed Media, Juggernaut Mobile Welding and Fab, Leading Edge Technology Partners, Mahle Motorsports, Mel Hamilton Ford, who I just mentioned, Four Eyed Performance, our friend Joey Greer, War Performance, Tuned by JP, TPD, the Bang Shift Billy, Summit Racing, Rocky Mountain Plumbing Hydro Heat, Quick Performance, Portable Car Hoist, Nobody Else's Auto, and Nebraska Land Tire and Service. Tension in the pits, 11-0, 11-0. You need to be down in 2 and 3, please. 11-0, you need to be in 2 and 3. NA small block, naturally aspirated small block. Let's get you down to 4 and 5. All right, this is a new one. Okay, so folks that are out there, and this may be the Azevedos, actually. I'm not totally sure. But check the back of your car. If you used to have a trailer hitch and you now don't, it was on the racetrack. Matt says he will definitely get that back to you, but it's going to cost you. So bring some Benjamins with you, or maybe even hot dogs. Matt does like, he's not sick and tired of hot dogs yet. It's only day one. But again, check your trailer hitches, make sure they're secured on your car, or better yet, just take them off. The stuff will be quicker without it. And check your trailer hitches if you had one and now you don't. We've got it here on the starting line. Again, if you're in the 10-0 category and you're like, hey, I win 11:01, you can turn that in if you want in the 11:0 category. Right, 10:96, a little bit outside looking in. Moving now into the Fox Mustang here in the left lane. Cook and Mark Gabrardi, 11:32 and 11:74, looking for that 11:00. S550 Mustang doing the very aggressive burnout there in the right lane. That's Alex Eckrott, the 2016 model Mustang, and James Daly in the left lane, the 2019 F-150. Goes 10:35 and 11:05 for James Daly. Great lick there in the left lane. Lee Watkins in the right lane out of Littleton, Colorado, the 09 Pontiac G8. Lined up next to Larry Van Winkle out of Grand Junction, Colorado. A little Colorado on Colorado crime coming at you here in Texas. Kansas. Wow. A small weekend driving drive. Watkins goes 10:87 and at 11:23 for Van Winkle. Doug Jensen's going to back up and get himself another burnout, because why not? They're free. Jensen out of Council Grove, Kansas, taking on Zach Fletcher out of Holtz Summit, Missouri, the 2016 Silverado. It was cool. I didn't have any driver information a couple of years ago, maybe last year, I can't remember. And I just called him Fletcher for a couple of days because the back tailgate of the truck says Fletcher, and it turns out that's actually the name of his shop, is Fletcher Performance. So I wasn't even wrong. Giddy up. Butcher goes 11:44 at 104 and a 12:16 for Jensen at 109. Again, NA small block, you should be making your way down to 4 and 5, please. And we do have to have all of our rides with their taillights on from here forward. We want to be able to see you turn off the top of the racetrack before we send our next pair. Randy Walston in the left lane out of Johnstown, Colorado, the 73 Camaro. Taking on Christian Leha. Leha out of Lincoln, Nebraska, the 18 model track hawk. Again, 10 speeds of automatic transmission. 11:19 for Walston, and Leha goes at 11:46. Attention in the pits, and a big block, This is your call. Come on down 2 and 3, please. And a big block. Come on down 2 and 3. Again, big block, and a big block. This is your call. Come on down to 2 and 3, please. Here's Chris DeLong, the nitrous-assisted Chevette. Goldley, Texas, the 84 Chevette. Godley. This says Goldley. Okay. Chad's like, I know where they live. I've been to their house. Oh, you bought the Nova from them. Okay. Right. So the Longs, long time bracket race folks. Ha, you like that? And this one has become the Longs do. And they said, you know, this Chevette is maybe as much fun as any of our other rides. Krista goes 10:88 at 122 after a 1:48 short time with the little Chevette. I'm pretty sure that is the best run ever in it, exactly. John Long Jr. walks back, clapping his hands and going, that's my wife. I know the feeling. Right, exactly. Yep, we're having fun. We're not divorced after living in 50 cubic feet. Life is good, dude. A Chevette is pretty small. Couple of motorcycles back up. Here comes John Gilman out of Shop 260, the Franken-Nova. That's Dennis Kirkland. Gilman getting 1186 and an 1186 side by side. 1186s at 115. Cool. I like it. Yeah, I screwed it up. It's Shop 209 for Gilman. I'm messing with him, but it is Shop 209. Angela's like, hey, stop it. That was funny like 2 years ago. All right. Now we're in the NA big block cars. NA big block, we need you in 2 and 3, please. Stick shift, you're on deck. I'll be calling you soon. Sean Alsip goes 14:24 at 95, way off the pace. Jason Vincent Holler out of Topeka, the 03 Mustang goes 13:64. Here comes the guy they call Snoopy. It's Keith Horton out of Thornton, Colorado, the 66 Chevy 2. Sporting the LS under the hood. Taking on Clayton Elliott. Horton has some issues. Elliott's going to drive out of his life and turn off the time system with a 12:29 at 1:12. So we did get Keith there off the starting line. We'll see what's going on with Horton's ride. Rebecca Horton, his sister, sitting back in the water. Sitting next to Nate Larson. Nate's out here with his dad, Tim Larson. And again, that's a guy that I bracket raced against at Bandimere for a long, long time. He had a 4-door 57 Chevrolet called Mordor Racing. And unfortunately, it was hit in an on-track accident. And I'm not sure if he's got that thing put back together or not. Tough break for him on that deal. That was, rough gig. I believe that was even his high school car. He drove it to college, that 4-door 57. But again, first is his boy Nate, who's done a couple of these Rocky Mountain Race Weeks. Tim on his very first one with his bracket race Camaro, and he's lined up next to Rebecca Horton with her 66 Nova 4-door. Croning here in the right lane, the 35 Plymouth Coupe goes 12:52. Ray Burns goes 11:43. Max Croning on leave right now, an active duty paratrooper based up in Alaska. Welcome back to Rocky Mountain Race Week, my friend. Josh Rahm out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, the C6 Corvette, taking on Tim Larson. Again, this is the guy I bracket raced against forever down there in Bandimere. Larson's ride is an LS swapped 3rd gen Camaro. It's stroker as well, 400 plus cubic inches. Taillights on. From here forward, making passes. Larson's going to get there first, goes 10.93 at 123. Rahm at 11.39 at 121. And folks, it's already 9:30. It's already 9:30. Again, we are going to do our best to run all the way till 11, but folks, we need you guys to tighten it up if we are going to try to get a 3rd pass in here. And a bunch of you need it, I can tell you that. Sean Stanford here, the naturally aspirated small block ride out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Goes 9:47, 147. Germany Mason in the left lane, the 70 Skylark. Goes at 18:21 at 74. Rocky Franks is up out of Holdridge, Nebraska, again going to his home track tomorrow at Kearney. The 82 Silverado called Ruthless, taking on Mercury Lusk out of Hutchinson, Kansas, the 62 Falcon. Franks goes 15:57. Lusk a 16:21. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stick shift, stick shift. This is your call. Lanes 4 and 5, please. Stick shift, come on up. Lanes 4 and 5, please. Joseph Bay here in the right lane, the Audi SQ5 out of Minnesota. Lined up next to Jesse Haslett, Salado, Texas, the 4th gen Camaro. Once again, attention in the pits, stick shift, stick shift. Brought to you by Bank Shift Billy. This is your call, lanes 4 and 5. Haslett goes 10-11 and an 11:43 in the right lane. The Trackhawk is back. That awesome wrapped red Trackhawk is Christian Leha out of Lincoln, Nebraska. Dustin Wright in the right lane out of Scott City, Kansas with the 1970 Nova. We will let you know more when we know more. But again, racers, you can go ahead and get those belts loosed, get your helmets off. Don't go too far. We don't have a ton of cleanup yet to do, but you don't need to be all ready to go in those rides right at this second. Also, folks, that's probably going to put the nail in the coffin for a 3rd pass. So if you have made a second pass already, you are likely done. Because we're getting close to 10 o'clock right now. So again, if you have made your second pass already, you are likely done. You can go ahead and turn that time slip in. We may see what we can do about maybe doing some fast passes for folks that are in a tough spot. But again, we are getting down to the nitty-gritty here, and we are only halfway through our run order at the moment. So if you have made that second pass, you are probably done. Go ahead and turn in those time slips if you got something that you like. And then head over for parking lot beers. And that'll you'll see some more updates on what's going on with parking lot beers on Drag Drive Repeat. Because we got our dude, Mr. Mike Narks, here on site doing some of our media stuff as well. And this dude lives, breathes, eats, drives, pees, drag and drive, baby. And he is here at Rocky Mountain Race Week to make all you guys famous. And he's big into that race car friends and parking lot beers. What we'll also likely do here is give folks a chance that are zero run cars to get a lick here at the racetrack. So hold with us 1 second and I will get that rolling while I help with the tech cards here with the Tower Ladies. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Jordan White, you have an 09 Dodge Charger Pursuit. Can you come up to the tower real quick? You're not in trouble. I promise you. When you come up, head to the door in the right side. What we've got is 2 tech cards for you with 2 different numbers and all the same other information. So we just need to see what the heck is going on. And again, you're not in trouble, so cruise up here, enlighten us to what's happening, and we will make sure we get it all squared up. All right, so being told that they are still definitely going to need to clean up at the top end. So what we're gonna do, if you have not made a pass, if you are a 0-run car, you've not taken the tree here. I'm talking to you, Corn Dog Tom. Let's get you guys down to lane number 6, please. Again, 0-run rides. Let's get you guys down to lane number 6, please. And that way it'll give us a good idea of what we're gonna have to run. And then we'll continue going through the rest of our normal run order here. However, 0-run cars get to lane 6, and if you have made 2 passes already, then your evening is done. Go ahead and turn in whatever time slip you've got. This'll play a little bit into some strategy, because with those two runs, you may need to switch classes. And that may throw a big monkey wrench into a ton of what we got going on here. But again, if you have made 2 passes already, your day is done, unfortunately. If you have made 0 passes, come on up to lane number 6, and we will get you whipped in to get you a pass, so you're actually in competition here at Rocky Mountain Race Week. But guys, man, I don't even know what to say. We're doing what we can to get this rocking and rolling, and 300 cars and then a couple of big oil downs, and now an unfortunate incident after the shutdown, and we just can't produce any more time. So we're going to do what we're going to do, and we're going to make it happen. But again, 0-run cars, we need you in lane 6, and if you have made 2 passes already, you are done. Turn in that time slip, head to the hotel, and start those parking lot beers. Again, we do have keys. If you're missing keys, I have Jeep keys and I have Kia keys. Jeep keys are in the tower. Kia keys are at the Rocky Mountain Race Week struggle bus. So check your pockets, check your purses, check wherever you put your keys. You might be missing some. I have Jeep keys in the tower. Come up here, tell me what's on the key ring, and I'll give you those Jeep keys back. And those Kia keys have some interesting stuff on them as well. Tell us what's on the keychain. We'll get them back to you. Just saying, you might like Florida if you have those Kia keys. But again, folks, 0-run cars, 0-run cars. Let's get you to lane 6. 0-run. If you have not made a pass, we need you in lane 6, like now. And again, if you have made 2 passes, you are done. Turn in your best time slip and pick yourself a new class if one of those time slips doesn't say what you want. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Dustin Wright with a Nova. If you can cruise over to the struggle bus, Matt Frost just needs to talk to you real quick. Again, not in trouble. But again, Dustin Wright, if you can make your way to the struggle bus, please. How about a big shout out to our title sponsor, Motion Raceworks? And of course, the whole Motion Raceworks umbrella of companies, including TBM, the brake man, down there in Florida. Rife Sensors, those are getting built there in DeWitt, Iowa. Of course, Motion Raceworks. And the brand new acquisition of Mark Williams Enterprises. Again, thank you so much to Motion Raceworks for coming on board and helping out with Rocky Mountain Race Week 2026. And thanks so much to Motion Raceworks and Doug Cook for hiring me to help out with some of that stuff and whatnot. And again, if you have Motion Raceworks problems, parts, issues, whatever, cruise up to the tower. I'll see what I can do to give you a hand. All right, folks, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Racers, we did talk with the track staff here. We are going to stay open to run this round out. But again, if you have made 2 passes, you are done. If you have not made a pass, come on down to lane 6. We will get you that pass. But again, if you have made 2, you're set. Turn in that slip. Let's go. We're going to call that the night. Unfortunately, with all the issues we've had, we are going to be running over anyway, just going with 2. But we do need folks to check all their stuff out, etc. If we have another incident, we are going to need to actually stop it hard stop. And that means that folks that turned in their first time slip, or folks that have only made 1 run or 0 runs, we're going to need to try to figure that out. So everyone get your stuff straight, make sure it is tight and ready to go. And we are going to be going into overtime here on day 1. All right, I've got a racer in need. Mr. John Gilman at a shop 209 is looking for a long push rod for an LS, so a 5/16 inch diameter, and he needs an 8.1 overall length. So again, an 8.1 overall length in a 5/16 push rod. We just checked with Brian Tooley. They have a 7.875, but nothing longer than that. And unfortunately, that's going to be too short. So if you have an 8.1 overall length push rod, John Gilman from Shop 209 is needing to get that one done. So again, if you have an 8.1 inch length push rod, if you can run that by John Gilman's pit or run it by the Rocky Mountain Race Week struggle bus, and we will get it to him so he can stay in competition. But the picture he just sent me is a push rod bent totally in half. It's actually broken right in half. So tough break. So, folks, fast passes, unfortunately, we're not going to be doing here the rest of the evening. So if you've used your fast pass, great. If you still have your fast pass, put that in your glove box, and you can use that any other night. Unfortunately, we try to do what we can, and we were up against too much junk here on day number 1. So fast passes, you guys are done for the night as well. And again, if you've turned in, or if you've had 2 passes here at Great Bend, you're done for the evening. Pick your best time slip and turn that thing in. And also, now is a good time to remind you that there is a little bit of strategery in this drag and drive world. You could do something like what Chad Reynolds did and put the wagon in unlimited and end up in 3rd, end up on the podium in unlimited with a 11-second wagon. So that is a thing you can do. I'm telling that story. So there is strategy to this. So if you have 2 time slips already in your hand and it's not one that you really like in your class, play the strategy game. Put yourself in another class and do whatever you're going to do. Or if you're, say, in an index class and you have a 1385 and a 14.0 class and you're not going to be competitive in 13 or 14, find another class you can fit into. Stick shift or naturally aspirated small block or limited, whatever. And make this week about having fun and make your 1 pass and then cruise around and go meet people. It's a new world for you here in Rocky Mountain Race Week 2026. But again, there is strategy to it. Chad has done it. He's been on the podium in unlimited in an 11-second car. So it for sure can happen. Just, you got to do it. That is exactly what I'm saying. If Chad can do it, anyone can do it. And yeah, that is the case. Exactly. That is the case. And I'm sorry, not sorry. I do have a racer in need. This should be an easy one. 1.5-inch worm style hose clamp to the struggle bus, please. Again, 1.5-inch worm style hose clamp. We need one of those at the struggle bus. That should be pretty easy. Hi, Ron. How are you? Yep, we're up here. All right, drivers. You guys can go ahead and get meander near your car. You don't need to get in and get all strapped in. But, you know, meander near your car. I think they're just going to spray and then we'll be off and running. Cameron, how's that new master cylinder? Oh, she's not listening. Cameron Andreen, how's your new master cylinder? Good? Does it work okay? Do you have enough foot to actually push it? Awesome. I'm happy to hear that. And obviously the trans is fixed. It looked great. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. The Venom S10, you'll see her making passes here very soon. And again, all TBM equipped. Brought to you by Motion Raceworks, our title sponsor. Stevie says she likes your fire suit as well. So once again, 0 run rides. 0 run rides. I need you to have all of you into lane number 6, please. If you have not made a pass, lane 6 is for you. We are going to run late, but we're going to get this second round in as close as we possibly can. But again, that means that you guys need to have your stuff all squared up. And if we have one more incident, we're going to call it, and then we'll have to figure out what we're going to need to do from there forward. But again, lane 6 is our 0 run rides. Ready to make a pass. Everybody else should be in your normal lanes. We're currently running through naturally aspirated small block, or I believe big block actually. Yes, we are. Ogle's over there with his Savoy. I should have stick shift out there. And I should have my 0 run rides in lane number 6. And we're going to push that right there. 11:30, 11:45 here tonight. If we don't have any more problems. racers, they're just going to check the starting line out real quick. If they have to do anything more, it'll be short. So go ahead and start getting those rides ready to go. Hey, there's Josh Rich. What up, dude? You got yourself some Wicked Chick ice cream. Heck yeah, that's free with any donation. Josh Rich is a big part of the Tucker Thorpe Fox build, the crap-ree that unfortunately made it, a couple of miles away from his house and exploded. And then our good friend Alex brought up his stick shift Colorado to keep Tucker Thorpe in competition out here. But Josh Rich out here partying. He's another former Colorado guy. In fact, Alex's Colorado is his former Colorado. And I can tell you that has some newer wheel studs on the right rear, because he did those in the middle of Louisiana somewhere, right in front of the tower. That was pretty sweet. But Josh is over in the Salina area, and Tucker was not far from us here in Kansas and lost his family's farm and all kinds of stuff in a wildfire, and lost his GTO as well. And like I said, Josh was like, hey, once we find out his family's all right, why don't we build him a hot rod? And how cool of him to get that together and get a bunch of people together and build a dude we never met a car to come out here and compete at Rocky Mountain Race Week. Unfortunately, that Junkyard 5.3 got was a little extra junk and turned itself inside out. And whatever, either way, Tucker's still out here with a turbo stick shift Colorado and banging gears and enjoying Rocky Mountain Race Week with us. And a lot of that has to do with Mr. Rich. So, hey, man, thank you. You're the dude. Parking the tractor is good news. So, racers, go ahead and do it. Let's go ahead and get in those rides. Start getting those belts pulled tight and those helmets on. They do have the traction compound sprayer going out here on the starting line, but that's just going to be a couple of minutes to get that misted out there, and you see water going in the water box. So we are getting ready to go. So go ahead and get suited and booted, and we will get started back up. Again, we need to have everyone on their stuff. We'll be on our stuff, and we'll run through this last round here of round number 2 of Rocky Mountain Race Week 2026. And again, 0 run cars. We need you guys in lane number 6 so we can get you rocking.